Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Happy fucking Tuesday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far. Yeah. So part of my problem apparently is my CPU is degrading. Yeah, and I believe I'm going to have to RMA it. It's stable right now, but it was stable yesterday when I started streaming, and then it became unstable, and now it's stable today. For now, it's when it sits on the desktop it crashes. Yeah. I don't know. It might have been PBO. So precision boost overdrive. I've read a couple things about it. Apparently, this is not super uncommon. As in, there's multiple people that have had it happen. Not super uncommon. I don't know the percent of people that are having it happen, but apparently, your 5900 or your 5000 series can degrade over time and then it just stops working properly. So, yeah, I'm changing one thing in the background here that I changed earlier, but I think something else that I fixed. It just sits on the desktop and like it works fine in benchmarks and it doesn't matter. And when it sits on the desktop, it'll crash and idle. Sometimes it crashed on boot. It was really bad earlier tonight. Crashing on boot. I made a backup of my hard drive just in case. Because this is basically like overclocking bullshit. One of my processors, there's a negative offset, which is basically undervolting your CPU, and I negatively offset one of my core, well, all my cores, but one of them was actually getting bad, and now I have to have a positive offset on it, otherwise it crashes. So, yeah, I don't know exactly what's causing it to happen. Oh, I know exactly what's causing it to happen, but I assume it's just degrading at this point. So I think I'm gonna have to RMA it. I was actually debating on buying a new one and then just putting the old one in the box and sending it back as defective, which is basically an RMA. Still under warranty, so it's under warranty for another year because I bought it in 2020. We're just talking about basically my upgrade cycle at this point. It works right now, but this could definitely be part of the problems I'm experiencing in Overwatch, but also might not be. Like the beer? Yes, but not the beer. I'm not named after the beer. We'll have to see. I'm gonna take it, I guess, tomorrow and see what happens. It crashes when I go to sleep and I leave it on. It just pops itself. And I don't know if that's related. I tested my power supply earlier tonight just to make sure that it wasn't the power supply. Use a power supply, so I left it on for an hour, basically on my GPU and CPU using as much wattage as possible, which actually isn't that much. It's another reason I don't recommend people buy like 800 watt power supplies. It's because you never really reach that. Like my video card is using like 250 watts and my CPU is using like 150. So it's usually like most maybe 500 watts. Nothing. It's next to nothing. And that's with overclocked. That's not measuring at the wall though. The wall might be different, which is always an entirely possible thing. Stock settings are good enough? Nah. They're never good enough, dude. Good enough is the symptom of mediocrity. You're good enough. Yeah, I don't think it's the GPU though. I need a new GPU way more. I'm very certain it's the CPU because I've been tweaking the core optimizer and that's what's been changing it. So, I have a, I mean, I have a 4-year-old GPU. That's it, but I don't think that's what's causing my problems right now. And it's one of the things I could use the most. It's not like I'm going to go buy a new part right now because I'm waiting for the 7000 series with an updated 3D cache in the springtime. and the prices are going to come down for GPUs, especially after AMD launches theirs in December. So, weirdly enough, it looks like GPU miners still have not sold off their shit, guys. Let's see what they're down to now. Fans, parts. $450. They've dropped $50. Maybe not even that. Yeah, I don't know how they're maintaining their price points that they are right now, but they are, which is insane considering GPU mining is basically dead. So I don't know what's going on. I said 2 months. It's 2 months now since the Ethereum merge, and I said they're gonna be $200 3080s, and they aren't. They haven't really dumped them at all. I don't know what the fuck they're doing with them, but they aren't mining with them. So I guess they're just sitting in people's basements. It just kind of shows you the level of delusion that crypto miners are at, where they think it's just gonna fix itself when it's not. Oh, I have a 850 watt power supply. It's not what I recommend, but it's what I have right now. They're talking about transients and stupid shit like that. That was a Gamers Nexus like niche article talking about transients causing overload protection to kick in and stuff like that. But they've been dialed down with the 4000 series, which they already showed, and they might have even been dialed down with the 3000 series because they didn't retest it. Yeah, so transients, even putting that aside, even if you're operating at max wattage, it's not really a thing. Like, we're watching DeBauer use 1000 watts in a 4090. That's not what it's going to be operating at. For most people, it's not going to peak past, like, what is it, 450? Yeah, and then the CPU is like 200 watts at most. It depends which one you have. 300 watts, 200 watts at most. Yeah, so you're looking at like 750, and a good gold power supply, a good name brand gold power supply can run at 100%. Even more than 100%. I've done it. More than 100% utilization for thousands of hours. I did that back when I mined with crypto, or GPU mined. Yeah. So it is entirely possible you can run at maximum power draw, and good power supplies can even go way over that, and they'll be perfectly fine. They'll be happy because they're over-engineered, as they should be, if you're buying that. But yeah, I mean, I have a 850 watt gold power supply. It's one of my like, I traded out my current power supply with one from what I was buying from miners, and then I basically just got a nice one for myself and subsidized it on the cost. So I have an 850 watt Seasonic Gold in my computer right now. Yeah, so it's not hurting. It has like a 12-year warranty, so it's not hurting. It might be. I've had one gold Seasonic go bad, and I still need to RMA it. It's just sitting there. I think it's been sitting there for like 2 years. Mainly because warranty and stuff involves a bunch of emails and shit. Uh, 4000 fixed the power spike. What? Oh, the 4009? Yeah, transients. You're talking about transients, whereas it has very small, like, we're talking millisecond level blips of power that just goes really high and then trips over protection. Yeah, the 4000 series ironed it out. You can look at the Gamer Nexus review on that. Supposedly 4000 series doesn't have the same effects at all, so you don't really need to over-engineer a power supply. I think they recommend, what, a 600 watt power supply or something. No, it can use up to 600 watts, but it doesn't. I think they recommend like a 750 or something, but it's not like you have to get a 1000 watt power supply. That'd be silly. And it was apparently something in either hardware or drivers that they could fix, because they did. Anyways, I don't know. I don't know if my CPU is related to Overwatch or not. It's tough to tell. Overwatch has a lot of problems. I'm not the only one that's having issues with it, so it's not just my hardware issue. It's just another thing that's going on that's fucking with stuff. Yeah. Down to 350. Holy fuck. They're discounting the shit out of it because the 7000 series isn't selling well, and then there's still the 7000 series with the 3D cache. Let's see. Yeah, so they got rid of that. Kind of sucks because you obviously, when you send in your CPU, it's going to take you like 2 to 3 weeks for you to get the next one back. They don't cross ship. It would be nice if they cross ship. Actually, maybe they do. So what they do is they put a hold on your card, so if you don't send them the right stuff, they just charge you for it. Terrible RMA experience. So it basically took 2 months, a month and a half for this guy to get his new CPU. But basically 2 weeks after he sent it in, 3 weeks after he sent it in. Let's see if we have any new Wias. So I turned up my voltage. My last one is like 915. This is when I was fucking fixing it. My core 0, which is supposed to be my fastest core. Supposed to be my fastest core, and now it's positive right now, voltage positive. Kind of weird if they just have a free return policy. It is Amazon. Well, it doesn't matter if it's on stock settings now. It's no longer. If I have to apply a positive voltage offset, that means it's stock. It doesn't work. It's not working fine. It's not working fine. One of my cores is now positive. It's not that it was no longer negative offset. It's a positive offset to make it work. Yeah, it's at +6 now, which I think is 0.0006 or 0.06 millivolt offset. 0.0006. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna get my coffee, guys. We're back. Yeah, anyways, it worked fine for what, a year and a half, and then I think the springtime I had to adjust it slightly, and then in July I had to adjust it, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere in the last 2 days, it just went to shit. So, yeah. I guess maybe I'll leave it another day before I try to RMA it. I still have my old 3900X, which I'm probably going to pop in my system when I have to RMA this. I have a degraded system, and it could be worse, so. It's funny because I'm playing Overwatch right now. When I actually need a working high-end PC is when my computer decides it's going to shit itself. Not in the year and a half that I've been playing Dead by Daylight, where I literally could play on a fucking potato. It happens when I play Overwatch. What the fuck is that shit? What is that shit, guys? Yeah, nice and not nice in and of itself, because I probably should have sold it. I was lazy. I should have sold it earlier, and I never did. And because it's obviously come down to price. I mean, they're selling new 5900Xs for $340. So, yeah. I wonder how much the 3900X is going for on eBay now. It's still a 12-core processor, and that's used for data, like compute stuff. It's actually right around $250, which is hilarious because that's the new price. That's the price of 5900Xs right now. Well, eBay doesn't always make sense, so that's fine. Oh, wait. 240, 220. Yeah. I have no idea who that is. Alright, if you ask me about pop culture, I literally don't care. I don't care about popular people. Most of them do have no impact on my life, and as such, I don't care about them. Pop culture is dumb, in my opinion. Yeah, I guess I'll wait on this maybe another day. I don't know. Either way. So if I sell this spring, if I sell this when I get a 7700 or 7800, 7900 3D cache variant, if I sell this and it doesn't work, it's going to piss off who I sell it to. It doesn't matter if it's stable for me. If I have basically a defective chip and I sell it to someone, that becomes a liability to me. So, because they're going to snoop around in the BIOS and they're going to change stuff, even if it's stable, they're going to change shit, and it's going to fuck it up. Just like even resetting settings means that it's going to cause it to be unstable. So, yeah. I guess the end result is I'm going to have to RMA it. It doesn't matter if I can get by with it. It's still under RMA, warranty, so. Um... 4080, NVIDIA lost it. It's just super expensive. What is hardware unbox? Let's look at the hardware unbox. I guess the 4080 launched this today. By the way, Dragonflight, the new WoW expansion pack, I believe comes out on the 28th this month. We will be streaming it. It usually takes me 1 to 2 weeks. I've streamed every World of Warcraft expansion pack. Doesn't matter what I'm doing while this happens. I take a break, and it takes me 1 to 2 weeks to level up. Basically, do all the quests in the new areas, and then we do some dungeons, as well as some mythic dungeons, and then I will maybe do a little bit of PvP, and then I'm done. And that's basically my WoW experience. It takes me 1 to 2 weeks, and then I'm done with it. It comes and goes. That's just the way it goes. I will be doing that. Mandalorian Season 3 teaser? Let's get DMCA'd, guys. Hot! Ah! They brought back the Moneymaker!
This is the one that you saved?
Ah! Moneymaker!
You are as its father.
Moneymaker! A ship that doesn't make sense for a bounty hunter because he has nowhere to put his bounties!
Of 2. But you have removed.
But nostalgia. Oh no! The bounty hunter ship, guys. Look at him go. There's so many places to put their bounty. Ah, the evil bitch that emasculates Mando because he literally can't do anything right anymore. Because he's a guy. Yeah. Get emasculated, Mando. Oh yeah. His dialogue in the last season was fucking terrible. Absolutely horrible. Like when he talked to Bo, she literally just like shat all over him and he had no response because the writers didn't write a response for him. It was pretty sad.
Alright, kid. Hang on.
Oh my god! They wrote a sub in.
Adventure?
Ah, the moneymaker and the bounty hunter. Aha. Get shit on Mandalore. I bet it's gonna be about Bo. The entire series is gonna be about Bo, but it's gonna be called Mandalorian. Can't wait. I'll watch it anyways. I am hard up. I love sci-fi, fantasy, so I'll watch it anyways. I watched Rings of Power and that was pretty bad. So, hate mail. Yeah, that is someone farming for. That's a scammer right there. Good. Let's see. Our Unboxed have an article up. Did I miss it? Artemis launch, yeah. Don't really care. Artemis is NASA's kind of sad where it is compared to where they used to be, but you can blame Congress for that. Congress and their funding has basically led to NASA being what it is today. Basically, a better version of NASA is SpaceX. There we go. I bet half. So, the reason we're watching Hardware Unboxed now instead of Gamers Nexus, well, I'll probably watch Gamers Nexus too, is because Hardware Unboxed actually tests more than 5 games, and half the review isn't literally just about thermals and power usage. So, you know.
Welcome back to Hardware Unboxed. Today
I think that's a pretty defining point there.
New NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080. And I no longer need to specify that this is the 16GB model, as there is only one RTX 4080.
Oh!
The unlaunched 12GB version will no doubt still exist, but it'll be called something else like the RTX 4070 Ti, not the RTX 4080.
Or 4070.
So that in itself is a good thing. The bad news, of course, being that the 4080 still costs at least $1,200 US. That's a massive 71% increase over the RTX 3080's MSRP.
And AMD's launch is the 7000 series, guys.
Was everything.
Yeah,
and instead focus on the $1,200.
People can ignore AMD all they want, guys, even when it's competitive. But when you're talking about $1,000 or not $1,000, an $800 difference for 15% improvement in performance, that becomes very difficult for a lot of people to swallow. And this is going to be no different. That's for the 4080 or 4090 versus the 7900 XTX, I believe it is. Yeah, allegedly. 15% difference for $800 is a little bit too much, but we'll see. We'll see. Hub tests CPU in 8K though? Do they? Oh, you're memeing about the fact that they test GPU bound scenarios when they're testing CPUs? Yeah. Hey, look, guys, it's a flat line. Wow, we're still GPU bound in this scenario, so having a better CPU doesn't matter. And you're like, what are you fucking testing here? What are you actually testing, guys? Maybe you should actually test the CPU and not the GPU.
That I called pointless, an obvious money grab. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Of course, the market has changed a lot since then, so it'll be interesting to see what the RTX
still don't have $200 3080s. I don't know what GPU miners are doing with them, but they aren't selling them.
But I think first we will touch on the specifications and take a bit of a look at the NVIDIA Founders Edition model before we get into all those blue bar graphs. And of course, I do have quite a few partner card models. So we've got The MSI Supreme X, the Asus Tough Game,
they're doing all in
and
one
the
because they know a lot of
PM1,
people
the
don't
football
actually
very
watch
long
them.
name, but
I don't
we'll get
actually
to
really
all of
care
that
about
shortly.
card versus
Let's
card comparison.
look at those
Roundups
specs.
are all
The
right.
RTX
Card versus card,
4080 is
no.
based on the AD103
1v1s,
silicon,
no,
which
because it
measures
doesn't make sense.
378.6
It's a waste
millimeters
of
squared, and that's
space
a
just to melt
massive
content.
38% reduction
Like making a
compared to what we
review
see
for
with
each and
AD102
every
used
box
by the
model.
4090. Naturally, this means a
Yeah,
huge
you do a roundup where you
42%
basically have all the
reduction in
cards and compare them against
transistors,
each
though
other.
The 4080 still packs 62% more transistors than the 3090 Ti. Given those figures, I imagine it will come as no surprise to you to learn that the 4080 has 41% fewer CUDA cores than the 4090. The memory bus width has been reduced by 33%, and there's 11% less L2 cache. As for core clocks, there is little difference.
Dude, you're going to be able to buy $200 cheaper. You can get probably a 20% faster video card from AMD. If this holds true, $1,000 for 7900 XTX, and it performs allegedly where it's supposed to, because they've released their benchmarks, but that's not the whole story, right? Yeah. Would you pay $200 more for a card that performs 20% worse, guys? Are there some people that would do that? I'm probably going to, and the reason for that is because I have a very unique setup where I need a drop-in card. That's not something like if I was just a normal gamer and I didn't stream at all, I would totally just I'd buy the 6000 series too. And I'd even buy a 3000 series because I'm still on 2080. Because it didn't see, like, there's no point in doing so, like, because I'm running on low settings anyways, and I'm almost never GPU bound in any way, shape, or form, so I've never had a need. And then they did the thing with Dead by Daylight where they capped the FPS at 120 last year, so yeah, in 2021, they capped the FPS in August at 120, which is why it performs like shit unless you FPS cap the game. Yeah, and I'm finding out with Overwatch, I probably could get better performance with Dead by Daylight if I capped it with RTSS instead of with NVIDIA Control Panel. Okay. But we'll see.
Between the 4090 and 4080, we're talking about 2505 megahertz versus 2520 megahertz for the boost clocks. So a slight advantage to the 4090. The 4080, though, has been awarded faster 22.4 gigabytes per second GDDR6X
hasn't served the purpose for me to
memory,
upgrade.
There's so a 7%
no point,
increase
so
there from
why
the
would I?
4090. Those
CPUs, on the other hand, very interested in them, especially what they're doing for 0.1%, 1% frame times. GPUs, on the other hand, seem to go up and down very well. Like in terms of performance, it's very linear. So when you turn down graphical settings, it'll just your GPU will perform just as well as a $3,000, 4090, assuming it's not bottlenecked. It is going to be about the same. It's going to be about the same performance, regardless of the fact. So if you cap an FPS, let's say at 240 on a 4090 or 2080, assuming you can hit for the 240 FPS cap all the time, there's going to be almost no difference. Like, it's not going to increase your 1% and your 0.1% lows at all. More than likely. Although I haven't really seen any benchmarks for FPS cap testing, because that's something kind of niche. But I could see there being an opportunity maybe for an upgrade in that case. But if you are capping your FPS and you're not hitting your GPU cap in terms of utilization, then what's the point in upgrading, right? You're already at cap, so... And cap's arbitrary for whatever you set it for. In the case of Overwatch, that seems to be very dependent on your CPU more so than your GPU. But...
Now, NVIDIA claims a total graphics power rating of 320 watts for the RTX 4080.
GPUs have become very
rating given to the 3080. Though the maximum GPU temperature has been
once again, if there's actually room, there is 100% room for like if I wanted to make a niche for myself for GPU testing or hardware testing, I could. But there's no money there, so.
In terms of design, the Founders Edition 4080 is
Press
identical
push people
to
to
that
council.
of the 4090, at least
I mean, you don't need to buy a $1,000 video
card.
card. You could get a $800 video card, or you could get a used 3080 for $450.
Obviously, there are some physical changes under the skin. Power delivery has
like, this is why like the low-end graphics market doesn't even exist anymore, because you can buy high-end last-gen video card for cheap, like the same price as a mid-range graphics card. Someone was in here saying their budget was like $400 for the next video card, and they're talking about getting like a 4060 or 50 or something. I was like, yeah, no, man, just buy a 3080.
Now, a lot has been said about this
over
the past month, but what the real story is...
Yeah, and it's because crypto's crashing. But on top of that, like, it's weird because AMD is obviously pricing themselves normal now? Like, they upped their prices because of crypto boom, but they even know that crypto has crashed now, so they're pricing their cards where they should be, right? For gamers, where they should be, relatively speaking. For a high-end model, $800, I don't think is far-fetched, or $1,000. I think that's pretty acceptable because your mid-range models are going to be like $500, right? Which is what majority of people are going to buy, right? They're pricing things normal because they see where things going. I don't know where the 3080s or all the NVIDIA and AMD graphics cards that were bought in the last 3 years are going, but they aren't going on the marketplace. It's fucking weird. Like I said, we were occasionally looking at eBay, and they're $450 tonight, right? That's like no change in price, even though basically GPU mining has been dead for 2 months at this point, and they have not made their way to market. What the fuck is going on? I don't know.
In our opinion, it is still unknown at this point. So we're not going to feed into that story, that drama at this point in time.
Drama. Gamer Nexus drama? Yeah, where they're talking about the power connector and Gamer Nexus goes, nuh-uh, they're fine. They're fine. You're just wrong. And they're like, hey, look at our connector here. It seems to be have some problems. And Gamer's like, nuh-uh, you just have a problem with you. And you're like, wait, what? Apparently, one connector doesn't mean that there's certain brands of connectors that are just broken. It just means that it's a you problem. And you're like, okay.
If there is a lot more
Steve needed some sleep, apparently.
Done before drawing any real conclusions.
Yeah, I know. They aren't selling them. I think it caters a lot to crypto miners being delusional, because the last time a winter happened for crypto, it boomed pretty fucking hard, but it took like 2 years for that to happen. And even then, it wasn't as bad as it is now. Right now, it's really bad. Really, really bad. Like most, unless you have cheap power, you're going to be mining negative right now, so you shouldn't be mining at all.
Apart from the increase in cores, we also have the inclusion of 4th generation Tensor cores and 3rd generation
And then
RT
there's
cores.
the energy price hikes in most parts of the world.
Also introduces DLSS3, a feature that at least for now is exclusive
regulation.
to the GeForce 40 series. Now, since we last tested NVIDIA's DLSS3 technology, not a lot has changed, aside from the launch of a few more games supporting DLSS3. Our investigation at the launch
By the way, guys,
of
I have a heated foot pad. It is very nice if you live in a cold climate.
And it largely performs
dude, and you sit in front of a computer, they're
cheap.
cheap. Buy a heated pad for your feet. And you can set it to whatever temp you want, and just sit there, and your feetsies will just be warm instead of being on a cold floor.
Let us know when
It's
these
so
updates
nice.
have been rolled out, and of course we will
It is so
promptly
nice.
revisit DLSS 3. As for our general thoughts on the technology, DLSS 3 does have some benefit, but it's of a more limited nature compared to DLSS 2. Gamers will benefit
DLSS 3
most
kinda
from
sucks.
DLSS 3's frame generation technology when games are already being run at a good frame rate, somewhere around 100 FPS before DLSS 3 frame generation is enabled, with DLSS 3 then boosting the FPS to around 180 to 200 FPS. This provides better visual smoothness for those with high refresh rate displays and works quite well under these conditions. It hides visual artifacts, and the latency problems we mentioned, they're minimized. It can work okay below this sort of frame rate, but it depends on the type of game and how sensitive you are to things like latency and artifacts. We wouldn't, though, recommend it for gaming below 120 FPS. Basically, it's a niche feature that adds to NVIDIA's strong feature set, but it isn't something we'd specifically pay extra to access, at least not right now. So for this review, I won't be including any DLSS 3 benchmarks.
Yeah.
As I said, Tim will revisit the technology once NVIDIA addresses the issues uncovered in our initial investigation. As a side note, though, I have heard from some reviewers who were only able to acquire a review sample from NVIDIA if they promised to include DLSS 3 benchmarks in their review, which is fair enough, as DLSS 3 is a technology that requires investigation, but it really does need to be investigated properly, and the FPS benchmarks really do need to be accompanied by detailed image quality and latency analysis. Another big issue with DLSS 3
Are they going to do
benchmarks
latency
is
analysis? They don't
reported
really do that
frame
anymore.
generation
I don't think they even
as
do that
an
with the
FPS
4090
metric.
review.
For example, 120 FPS using DLSS 3 frame generation, it's not really 120 FPS. It's the smoothness of 120 FPS with the input of roughly half that frame rate, plus potentially a few graphical issues. And this is a serious issue for benchmark graphs, and I would suggest any reviewer benchmarking with frame generation enabled, they should report the numbers as 120 DLSS 3.0 FPS, as an example.
Yep.
Now, for testing all GPUs, we have done so at the official clock specifications, so no factory overclocking. The CPU used is the Ryzen 7 5800X 3D with 32GB of dual-rank dual-channel DDR4 3200CL14 memory on the MSI MPG X570S Carbon Max Wi-Fi motherboard. In total, I've tested 13 games at 1440p and 4K, so let's get into the data. First up, we have Watch Dogs Legion, and at 1440p we are CPU limited with these higher end GPUs. Still, the data is relevant for anyone with a 5800X 3D or a CPU that's slower, but for unrestrained GPU performance, let's move to 4K. Here we get a much better idea of what the RTX 4080 is actually capable of. 110 FPS on average meant it was 22% slower than the RTX 4090, but also 25% faster than the 6950 XT, 42% faster than the 3080 Ti, and 57% faster than the 3080. So some pretty impressive generational improvements there. Rainbow Six Extraction isn't as CPU limited at 1440p as what we saw in Watch Dogs Legion, and as a result, the 4080 was 40% faster than the 6950 XT and 30% faster than the 3090 Ti. That said, it was just 18% slower than the 4090, so let's see if that margin grows at 4K. As expected it does, as here the 4080 was 20% slower than the 4090, though it did still manage an impressive 158 FPS at 4K, and that made it 45% faster than the 3080 Ti, 56% faster than the 3080, and
Still pretty good.
61% faster than the 6950 XT.
But if you're selling a video card for $450, if it's 50% faster, it'd be $600, right?
Rather, we're showing actual in-game performance.
Obviously, it doesn't scale that way, but
the data is very CPU limited at 1440p, and as a result, the 4080 was just 3% slower than the 4090 with 181 FPS on average. Moving to 4K shifts the primary performance limitation onto the GPU, and now the 4080 is seen trailing the 4090 by a 21% margin with 130 FPS on average. That also made it just 7% faster than the Radeon RX 6950 XT, which does very well in this title, but then it was 29% faster than the RTX 3080 Ti and 40% faster than the RTX 3080. Next up, we have Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and at 1440p, the RTX 4080 was good for 161 FPS, which saw it trail the 4090 by a 12% margin, while beating the 6950 XT by a 12% margin. But let's move on to 4K to see how those margins change. Interestingly, even at 4K, the 4080 was just 14% slower than the 4090 and just 15% faster than the 6950 XT. The Radeon GPU is helped along by excellent support for resizable bar, so overall, a bit of a disappointing result here for the new GeForce GPU. The RTX 4090 really impressed us previously in Hunt Showdown, and while the 4080 isn't as impressive, it's still well ahead of previous generation parts, trailing the 4090 by a 22% margin, but leading the 6950 XT by a 34% margin, the 3080 Ti by a 37% margin, and the 3080 by a massive 58% margin. Then we see that the 4K margins are much the same. Here the 4080 was 24% slower than the 4090 with 121 FPS on average, making it 29% faster than the 6950 XT and 44% faster than the 3080. As usual, we're seeing a clear pattern emerge here. This time, testing the Outer Worlds at 1440p saw the 4080 just 21% slower than the 4090.
This is starting to make high refresh rate gaming at 1440p look viable, by the way.
Faster than the 3080 Ti, 34% faster than the 6950
Still not like
XT,
240, for instance, unless you get a 4090.
And the margins remain much the same at 4K, though here there are some odd changes. We see that the
500
4080
hertz,
is good for
guys.
119 FPS, making it 25% slower than the 4090, but just 13% faster than the 3090 Ti, despite still beating the 3080 Ti by a 28% margin. So the 3090 Ti does seem to be doing a little bit better here than you'd probably expect. Hitman 3 is a very CPU intensive game, and admittedly the 5800X 3D, it isn't the fastest CPU here. In fact, not even close with the release of Zen 4 and Raptor Lake. So I will be updating all of our GPU data soon, though at this point I'll probably wait until early next year to see what gets announced at CES before investing weeks upon weeks to update all of our GPU data.
7800X
All of that said,
3D.
CPU limitations aren't an issue at the 4K resolution. And here we see that the 4080 is the expected 22% slower than the 4090.
That's not far away. CES is in January, by the way. That's
this
2
did make
months.
it 26% faster than the 6950 XT and 69% faster than the RTX 3080. The 5800X 3D does perform really well in Horizon Zero Dawn, and yet despite that, we still run into a hard CPU bottleneck with the new GeForce 40 series, as both the 4080 and 4090 were limited to just over 210 FPS. Jumping up to 4K once again removes any CPU performance limitations and delivers the expected margins. As we've seen time and time again, the 4080 is a little over 20% slower than the 4090, and we're seeing a 24% margin in this example. Next up, we have F1 2021, and at 1440p, the 4080 was 16% slower than the 4090, with 206 FPS on average, and that meant it was 34% faster than the 3090 Ti and a massive 48% faster than the 6950 XT. Then at 4K, we see predictable margins, as now the 4080 is 25% slower than the 4090 and 52% faster than the 6950 XT. So really, it was just the 4090 that was running into system limitations at the lower 1440p resolution. Moving on to Cyberpunk 2077, we find that the 4080 was good for 128 FPS on average with the 5800X 3D pairing.
I really wish they would show you utilization numbers of the GPU and the CPU.
17%
They
faster
don't.
than the 6950 XT.
So you know exactly what's going on in the
Increase the
background.
resolution of 4K,
No,
though,
I don't think any
does
reviewers
see
do that
fairly
anymore. I
typical
think
margins
Hardware Unboxed
restored,
did it for like a
and now the
little bit.
4080 is
That was like 2
23%
reviews,
slower
and then
than
they stopped doing
4090,
it.
but 33% faster than the
I seem to
3080
remember
Ti
it being
and
up here in the
almost 50%
top
faster
right.
than the original 3080. Dying Light 2 Stay Human isn't a very CPU demanding game, and as a result, we're not CPU limited at 1440p, allowing the RTX 4080 to churn out 151 FPS on average, resulting in a typical 21% deficit to the 4090. That margin did grow slightly to 25% at 4K, and interestingly, the 4080 was just 11% faster than the 6950 XT due to an unusually strong result here for the Radeon GPU. The second last game tested is Halo Infinite, and here we are clearly running into a CPU bottleneck at 1440p, as the 4080 was just 6% slower than the 4090, but impressively, still 42% faster than the 3090 Ti and 51% faster than the 6950 XT. Oddly, at 4K, the 4080 is now only 32% faster than the 3090 Ti, which is still a large margin, but smaller than the 42% margin seen at 1440p. It's also now 23% slower than the 4090. The last game tested is Shadow of the Tomb Raider, and at 1440p, the 4080 rendered an impressive 206 FPS, and that meant it was 13% slower than the 4090, but 35% faster than the 6950 XT. Then bumping up the resolution to 4K still saw an average of 116 FPS, though this did make the 4080 28% slower than the 4090, so that's one of the bigger margins we've seen. Disappointingly, it was also only 23% faster than the 3090 Ti and 33% faster than the 6950 XT. Okay, so here's a look at the 13 game average data. The RTX 4080 produced 189 FPS on average, making it 12% slower than the 4090 at 1440p in our testing. It was also only 24% faster than the 6950 XT and 25% faster than the 3090 Ti, while we're looking at a 38% boost over the 3080 Ti and 51% over the 3080. Then at 4K, where the CPU bottleneck is completely removed, the 4080 was on average 23% slower than the 4090, making the flagship Ada Lovelace GPU 30% faster. The 4080 was also 22% faster than the 3090 Ti, 31% faster than the 6950 XT, 37% faster than the 3080 Ti, and 52% faster than the 3080. Also, just because I know many of you will want to see the 1080p data, here's the 13 game average. Of course, we were almost always quite heavily CPU limited in this testing, and that's why the 4080 is just 16% faster than the 3090 Ti and only 7% slower than the 4090. Now, time for a look at ray tracing and upscaling performance, starting with F122. At 1440p, the 4080 and 4090 are limited to around 300 FPS with RTFX disabled, but enabling RT plus DLSS resulted in roughly the same level of performance with 181 FPS for the 4080 and 189 FPS for the 4090, and this made the 4080 just 12% faster than the 3090 Ti. Then with upscaling disabled, the 4080 was 32% slower than the 4090 and 22% faster than the 3090 Ti, while it crushed the 6950 XT by a massive 83% margin. Now, moving to 4K does help to remove the CPU bottleneck, and now the 4080 is 27% slower than the 4090 before the RTFX are even enabled. The margin actually grew to 36% with RT plus DLSS enabled, and then 38% with just RT enabled with no upscaling. When compared to the 3090 Ti, the 4080 was 19% faster, and then 100% faster than the 6950 XT. Yikes. Next up, we have Watch Dogs Legion, and here the 4080 and 4090 delivered similar performance under all three test conditions. The 3090 Ti was also able to match the 4080 with DLSS enabled, as this appears to be the limit of what the 5800X 3D can render with RT enabled. So moving to 4K does give us a much better picture of where the 4080 stands, and here it is 27% slower than the 4090 with RT plus DLSS enabled.
It's basically a linear
26%
relationship
faster than
between
the 3090 Ti. It was also a
CUDA
massive
cores is what it's called. ROMs.
115% faster than the 6950 XT, which
Amount
was
of cores that
using
the GPU
FSR.
has.
Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy is also quite CPU limited at 1440p. Of course, the performance overall is stellar, with frame rates up around 200 FPS without RT enabled, but it also doesn't show us how the 4080 truly stacks up, so let's move to 4K. Right, so at the 4K resolution, the 4080 is 22% slower than the 4090 with RT plus DLSS enabled, and 21% faster than the 3090 Ti. It was also a massive 81% faster than the 6950 XT, which was again using FSR. Moving on to the Dying Light 2 results, we see that at 1440p, the 4080 was 26% slower than the 4090 when comparing the RT plus DLSS results. This also made it 47% faster than the 3090 Ti.
But that's the same as basically every generation is
and
like
we
that.
saw previously at the GeForce
The things that
40
change it
series
up
does
is like
very well
bus
this
width.
title. It's also
Maybe
a similar
memory
story
if it
at
runs
4K.
into a memory
Here, the
bound scenario, but
4080 was
there's almost no
30%
case
slower
for
than
memory bound
4090,
scenarios
but
anymore.
46% faster than the 3090 Ti, and a massive 100%
Get past like
faster
8
than
gigs,
the
it doesn't seem to
6950
matter.
XT, which was again using FSR. Finally, the last ray tracing / DLSS benchmark that I have for you looks at performance in Cyberpunk 2077. Here, the 4080 rendered 102 FPS at 1440p with RT plus DLSS enabled, making it just 10% slower than the 4090 and 23% faster than the 3090 Ti. At 4K, those margins change, and now the 4080 is 27% slower than the 4090 when both are running RT effects with upscaling enabled. This also saw the 4080 defeat the 3090 Ti by a 26% margin and the 6950 XT by an incredible 115% margin. Okay, so what about total system power consumption? Well, the 4080 is remarkably good here, as we see in Dying Light 2, pushing total usage to 404 watts, which is similar to that of the 3070 Ti and 6800 XT, so very manageable indeed. It's also a 23% reduction in
This is total system, by the way, guys.
To the 4090.
This
Power
isn't just
usage
the
did
video
creep
card.
up a little bit in Doom Eternal, hitting 471
Once again, this is why I said,
watts,
like with the
and now the
650, you're still
4080
fine.
finds itself situated between the
4090,
3080
3090 probably
3090,
not, but a
it did still
750 would
reduce
also be
total
fine.
system usage by 22% when compared to the 4090. Then finally, in Hitman 3, we find more of the same. Power usage is still lower than that of the 3090 and is really comparable to the 3080. So given the performance just seen, I'd say the RTX 4080 is very efficient, but let's go and lock the frame rate for an interesting look at power efficiency. Now, with all 4 GPUs tested here, locked to 90 FPS, we get to see just how power efficient the RTX 4080 is. The 4090 really did impress in this test previously, and
Watts
we see
per
that the
FPS?
smaller AD103 die is even more efficient, dropping power usage by around 6%. This means under these same operating conditions,
Watt
the
per
4080
work unit,
uses
I guess,
half
would
as
be
much
more
power as the RTX
appropriate.
3090 Ti. Super impressive stuff. Now, finally, it's time for our cost per frame analysis, and we'll start with MSRP pricing, just to get a feeling of where pricing over the life of each product should have been. Starting with the cost per frame based on the 1440p data, we see that the 4080 slots in between the 3070 Ti and 6900 XT, neither of which were particularly great value in their respective series. Then when compared to the 3080, price to performance has regressed by 13%, and at 27% when compared to the Radeon RX 6800 XT. Still, Nvidia would be quick to point out that when compared to the 3080 Ti, the 4080 is a substantial improvement in value, reducing the cost per frame here by 28%.
Yeah, that was during the crypto boom, though.
The 4K MSRP data is a little more favorable, but even so, the 4080 is still 13% more.
1080p monitor? I mean, it depends on how much FPS you want.
So in that sense, even
depends on
based on MSRP
how
pricing,
fast your
it's
refresh
not
rate is in your
great
monitor, or
value.
how fast you want to run your
But
game.
when compared to the 4090, it is a slight improvement, though I suspect many of you who are entertaining spending $1,200 US on a graphics card would probably just opt to go the full hog with the 4090. The bigger issue with the 4080 in value can be seen when discussing the current GPU market, and in this
isn't
graph,
even the current
using
GPU market.
1440p data,
I would
it
actually
slips
rather
to one of
use
the
eBay used marketplace rather than this, because this isn't, I don't think, accurate. Once you get to the low end here, a 3080 is selling for $450 right now on eBay, so 480. Yeah.
weakest options you can purchase right now.
And that's
only roughly
non-auction.
matching the terrible value
Let's just buy it
RTX
now.
3080 Ti. But given how CPU limited much of the 1440p results were, let's make our final value analysis based on the 4K data. So here we are, the cost per frame results based on the 4K data using current retail pricing. Here the 4080 is again slightly better value than the 4090, reducing the cost per frame
not by
a mere
much.
3%. Value-wise, the 4080 is also comparable to the 3080 Ti at its current asking
Dude,
price of
7000
$860,
series is
which
gonna
frankly
really
isn't
change
great,
this
given
up.
that makes it 11% more costly per frame than the 3080.
Once
which
again,
is
I
worse
don't think
value
these
than
prices are
AMD's
applicable for the
Radeon
6000 and
RX
3000 series because they're selling
6900
used now for
XT,
much
and worlds
cheaper.
worse value than the 6800 XT. Of course, none of those GPUs are even
You sure?
remotely
Have you run
in the same
benchmarks?
league as the 4080 when it comes to
Are you sure?
performance. So
Are you sure
it'll
you're getting
be
120,
very
or you just say
interesting to see
120
what
occasionally and you're like,
RDNA 3 can
oh,
do
it's
here.
fine? Are
Now
you
let's
sure?
take a look at the 3 partner models that I have on hand before checking out the operating behavior of each model, along with NVIDIA's FE version. Starting with
I still have my
MSI's
2080, by the way.
RTX
We were just talking
4080
about this earlier.
Supreme X. This one's pretty
Where
simple if
CPUs,
you've
I am
seen
very
our
interested in
RTX
upgrading, but
4090 Supreme
GPUs
X
have been kind of
review,
one of these things
as
where
it's the exact same
it doesn't
cooler.
give you really
The
better
4080 version, though,
performance,
does weigh
assuming you're
just
going to
2
cap your
grams
FPS,
less, and
or
like the FE
you're going to
model,
run
that
on low
difference
settings
can be
anyways.
attributed
So
to the smaller
yeah,
GPU,
I kind of don't
fewer
really see
memory
the
chips,
point.
cut down power
But
delivery,
I
and
skipped
fewer
basically a
components
generation
on the
already,
PCB
so
in
maybe I'll buy a new
general.
one this
Still, at
winter or
2,360
springtime.
grams, this thing is still very heavy, and of
Finances
course, very massive.
allowing,
Given that the
that
RTX
is.
3090
But I'm more
Ti
interested
version of the
in
Supreme X
7000
is
series
smaller, the
CPUs
size
in
and
February.
weight of the RTX 4080 is very much unnecessary. But it
You should be
seems as though
happy.
it was
No,
just
no
easier for
serotonin and
Nvidia
dopamine for
to
you.
mass
No,
produce these monstrosities
no,
and stick them on
no.
all
You
current
don't get to
generation high-end
compromise.
graphics
No,
cards.
no,
So regardless
no
of how you feel about
mediocrity.
these
No,
comically large
no.
graphics cards,
You
it
must
appears
buy
they're
something
here to
new now.
stay. Anyway, the Supreme X is an excellent quality
Sounds like you have
model.
kids and you're
It
just
looks
happy to be
great, and
alive.
as we're about to see, it works very well. Then we have the Asus RTX 4080 Tough Gaming, and this appears to be a carbon copy of the 4090 that we've already reviewed. I'm not saying that it's made of paper though, quite the opposite in fact. Like the 4090, this thing is wrapped in metal with very
So they're kind of
few
doing a
plastic
roundup with their
elements to
video.
speak
They
of.
must have saw pretty
However,
poor
while it
numbers on
does
their
appear to be the same
last video, because I
cooler,
didn't watch it
there are
either.
some noteworthy
I'm not
changes
interested
here
in
which will
1v1, like
reduce
here's
the
a stock
manufacturing
versus model, and then
costs.
here's another stock
Whereas
for
the
this model in a
4090
different
Tough
video.
Gaming tipped
I'll
the
do
scales
roundup
at
videos on occasion, like if I'm going to buy a
2,312
video card,
grams.
but I'm
The
not going to
4080
sit there and
version
stare
is
at it.
17% lighter at 1,920
I'm not going to do 1v1s
grams.
and watch them
The
continually.
bulk of that difference can be attributed to the cooler, which is 308 grams lighter at a total weight of 772 grams. Now, whereas the
This allows them to
4090
extend
version
their
made
video an
use of
extra
8
10 minutes, so I
nickel-plated
guess
copper heat
they
pipes
basically
to
tacked on a video
contact
to
with
the
the
video.
large vapor chamber, the 4080 does away with the vapor chamber
Which
entirely.
I believe is 2 more
And although there are
commercials.
still 8 heat pipes, just 2 of them measure 8mm in diameter, with the rest of the 6mm variety. The 4090, on the other hand, packed 5 8mm heat pipes, and this allowed
Aren't that
for a
interesting looking at
significantly
reviews.
larger
There's some
contact
models that
patch
suck,
with
and
the
I
base
wouldn't advise
plate.
buying them, but
Speaking of the base
you
plate, the
stick to the
4080
big
version
brands,
only
usually
makes
you're fine, like
contact with the
Asus or MSI.
GPU, while
Especially
an
Asus, you're
aluminium
more than
spreader
likely fine.
contacts the memory chips with the aid of a few thermal pads.
For
of
video
course.
cards, it is.
Then over on the PCB, there are
Or you can
12
just buy,
memory components, the much
you can
smaller
buy the
GPU,
retail
and
model
just
or
8
the
memory chips opposed to the dozen
manufacturer
or 12
model.
on the 4090.
What would that be called?
Then we have the P&Y RTX
The model from
4080, which wins
NVIDIA,
the
and
award
you're
for
actually
the
pretty good too.
absolute
So
worst name. Are you ready
like,
for
you
this
don't
one,
need to
guys?
buy
It's
third-party
the
models anymore.
P&Y RTX 4080
Especially the 4000 series, they did a pretty good job on their heatsink.
Gaming Verto Epic-X. So I think we're just going to call it the Vertu or Verto. Anyway, this is a fairly standard looking RTX 4080. It measures 71mm wide, so it will take up 4 slots. It's
Good.
332mm long, and it stands 136mm tall from the PCIe connector. All up, it weighs 1,860 grams, making it just 3%
Maybe I'm
lighter
getting
than the
old.
RTX 4090
No,
version.
not even that.
That said, there are some
Like for the
real
longest
design
time, getting
changes
a
between
video
the
card had a
4080
really
and
meaty
4090
performance gain,
versions,
right?
despite them looking
And it
very
still
similar
does. It's
overall.
just less
The
meaningful to
4090
you,
has
right?
a reinforced
Not a
structural
meaningful
bracket that
performance
runs the
gain.
perimeter of the
And now
card,
even with the high
whereas the
performance
4080
monitor, it's
does
not
away
really
with
even
that
that
bracket entirely for
big of a deal,
modified
especially when you're
heatsink
playing on lower
design. So
settings now.
interesting difference there. Then there's the standard
And then if you turn up the
changes to
settings, it causes
PCB,
weird
but since I
shit
haven't
like
had a
hitching
chance
and
to
stupid
review the
fucking shit, so you
4090
can't even
model
turn them
yet,
up.
I can't
Like in
compare
Overwatch
them
right
all
now,
that
where you
closely
turn up
just yet.
textures and it
The
causes
only issue
weird,
I have with this model is the
nuances and
lack of a
gameplay and
dual
the aiming
bars
feel
feature,
of the
which for
game,
me is a bit of a
which
deal
shouldn't
breaker,
be a thing, but
especially at
is.
this price point.
Yeah, wasn't
Anyway,
OW1.
with that, I think we're going to take a look at thermals, operating clocks, and power. Okay, so here's a look at how NVIDIA's Founders Edition operates after an hour of Hitman 3 at the 4K resolution using the maximum in-game quality settings. These temperatures were all recorded in a 21-degree room installed inside an ATX case with the doors closed. The GPU hotspot peaked at 78 degrees while the memory reached 74 degrees, and we saw an average core clock frequency of 2,760
They should also be doing
megahertz,
this with sound
a power
measurements,
draw
by
of
the way.
300 watts, and a fan speed of 1,450
I don't know if they
RPM.
do.
So decent results, but nothing amazing. The MSI Supreme X results, though, are remarkably similar, with the hotspot temperature also hitting 78 degrees, though the memory was slightly cooler at 72 degrees. We're also looking at a similar operating frequency at 2,745 megahertz with a power draw of 308 watts. The fans were spinning slower at 1200 RPM, but overall, a very similar result to Nvidia's FE model. Then we have the Asus TUF Gaming, and this card spun its fans a bit faster at 1550 RPM, which limited the peak hotspot temperature to 77 degrees and the memory to 72 degrees, so basically the same result as the Supreme X and FE models. The average power draw was higher at 314 watts, and this allowed for a slightly higher sustained 2,775 megahertz operating frequency. Then finally, we have the PNY Verto, and as you guessed it, basically the same results. Here we have a hotspot temperature of 78 degrees, though the memory was considerably
Makes you wonder why you'd spend money on a non-AIB model.
The average power draw was also fairly standard at 312 watts, and we have the typical 2,730 megahertz core clock frequency. All of this was achieved at a 1300 RPM fan speed, so really the differentiating factors here
I think the prices for them are going to go down a lot sooner than we're going to get a 4080 Ti though.
The price. Overall, I'm coming away from this
or
review
they're going to hurt.
GeForce RTX.
Nvidia's really going to hurt, but Nvidia slowly decreases price compared to AMD, where they're very aggressive with pricing. Nvidia will slowly decrease their prices, so it might be 6 months before we see a meaty price decrease in the 4000 series.
So that's a 20 to
which probably is going to happen with the launch of their 4070 or whatever the new video card is,
great and all, except
which is probably going to be 3 months from now.
Like a previous generation flagship,
Ish.
20% more expensive.
The 4080 12 or 10 gigabyte model or whatever it is supposed to launch with this one, 12 gigabyte model. Was supposed to launch with this one, but they decided to unlaunch it. Or relaunch
while
it.
I absolutely love the performance and features of the RTX 4080, it's hard to get too excited when I know you guys have to stomach
and
the
based on the pricing,
asking price.
it's not even a price proposition because it's not even cheaper. They don't even give you a discount bonus for buying a cheaper model.
At an MSRP
Jesus Christ, Nvidia.
US, and it should comfortably beat the RTX 4080. At least in terms of rasterization performance. There's still, of course, the issue of ray tracing, which is now a very important.
And you can
metric.
get a 3080 for 450 bucks.
To improve, so too does DLSS, and it is still the superior upscaling technology. As a side note, if Nvidia were to only increase the 80 series MSRP by 29%, I know only, this would have seen the 4080 coming in at $900 US, so $200 more than the 3080. And although that's still a very big price hike, the 4080 would have been excellent value in today's market. And in fact, it would be the best value GeForce GPU on the market, matching the cost per frame of the $510 RX 6800. Sadly,
once again, these are $450 on eBay.
Nvidia knows gamers will pay $1,200 US. So
I wonder what 6800 XTX is, or XT selling for.
Still, I think the point is, it's difficult to draw any real conclusions.
I bet this is really cheap.
What the
6800
XT has to offer. Only then can we properly evaluate the value of the RTX 4080. So with that, I don't think there's much point dragging this review out any further.
No, they're about $500
exactly how the RTX 4080 performs.
They're actually doing better as far as crypto mining goes than the 3080 is, the NVIDIA series.
Getting the most bang for your buck and all of that. And if you don't care about value, then the 4090 is probably the better choice anyway. Anyway, as I've said, given that the 4080's direct competitor is landing next month, there's little point in making any firm conclusions here. We'll just wait for the Radeon GPU review to really conclude what we think of the 4080. So with that, if you enjoyed the video, please do give it a like, subscribe for more content because there is plenty more content coming. And if you'd like to become a Harbour Unbox community member, get some really cool perks in return, then we have Floatplane Patreon. Floatplane. Monthly live streams with Tim and myself. We have one of those coming up shortly. Behind.
Okay, good stuff. Even though they could do better, Harbour Unbox pretty good. Gamers Next is alright too. I bet half their video is literally just thermals and.
If you move the entire gauge, you turn it, and the needle turns. That doesn't mean the needle moved. It means that the whole gauge moved. So that's where we are, NVIDIA. NVIDIA's RTX 4080 is a prime and depressing example in a product stagnation where it proves once again that it is possible to launch a good product which otherwise saps all momentum and relegates it to meh category. It's a technical word. And sadly, this is because, as I've said, for a few
9
GPU
years
launches in the past,
since he came out of the
several
womb
them,
and
NVIDIA in
touched
the
a
last few years,
screwdriver
actually,
to a video
for
card
every 1%
and then
performance
became
uplift, if
a reviewer.
You also spend 1% more money.
It's
That
like everyone
ruins the
on
part where it's
Twitch
cool.
started in
It's no
2012
longer
or on
cool.
Justin
It
TV.
doesn't actually
Yeah.
produce a meaningful
I think it's went up now. I
step
think it's usually
for
8 years is what
consumers
people
where
say they
feel
started
like
at. So
the
2014.
industry or the amount that they get for their money is increasing. CPUs are a fantastic counter to what's happening with the GPU market for NVIDIA at the high end. So if for any reason you doubt, well, but why should we get more than 1% more performance for 1% more money? Look at the CPUs. AMD and Intel have beaten each other bloody for 4 years now to finally get out of the lockstep we were stuck in with Haswell and Skylake and all the
Even before that, AMD with the 1000 series really shook things up, where you had to pay an arm and a leg for a 6-core processor, and then AMD released a 6-core and an 8-core processor, like actual 8 cores and 6-core processors in the consumer market.
other ones that were basically the same. Now with CPUs, you have prices that are relatively
But that's what
fixed.
Intel
They're
did
like
for the
plus or
longest time, is they
minus
literally did like a
$50
5%
each
increase per
And
generation.
we still see improvements
Still-
that are in the
it was really
double
stupid.
digits. And that's because AMD and Intel have beaten each other up over it. And NVIDIA's out here on the fringes alone, which is on one hand impressive that they were able to.
It is kind of weird that AMD is not being relegated as a good choice to NVIDIA for graphics cards. I don't know why, but a lot of times people will not, like, people are considering Ryzen processors now, but they don't really consider Ryzen video cards. AMD video cards. I don't know why.
Get ahead that much, but on the other side, it's
Not like
causing
they're
this
just
problem.
inferior in some
now
way.
AMD is trying to catch up with the 7900 XTX, and it might be putting NVIDIA under some pressure, but not just yet. So today we're reviewing the $1,200 RTX 4080 16 gigabyte, the one that's launched.
We're gonna skip
not to
through
be
this, by the
confused
way.
with
We
the
aren't
one
gonna
that was
watch the whole thing.
unlaunched. And it launches tomorrow, the 16 gigabyte that is, and you'll be able to buy it then. So at least you have some time to watch this and find out that it's probably too much money for what you get. Let's get started. Before that, this video is brought to you by Thermal Grizzly's contact frame for Intel 12th and 13th, hopefully more than just putting a sticker over it. And that's going to come out probably around CES, January sometime, most likely. If it in fact launches, then it's going to have a new name and it will have a new price. We don't know what the price is going to be. We know that the name is probably going to be something like 4070 Ti because they already had a 4070 locked in when they unlaunched the 4080 12 gigabyte. So that's the history of that. The 16 gigabyte still is very much a real card. It's here. We tested it. And to get you up to speed on the specs here, the 4090, that's $1,600 MSRP. The 4080 is $1,200 MSRP. And then the $900 4080 12 gigabyte, again, is a different story we're not covering today. The 4090 runs 24 gigabytes of GDDR6X versus of what you're going to watch. The gains for the 4080 achieves about 70-ish, plus or minus 5 percentage points of the performance of a 4090, and it does so while being 75% of the price. That's the short version for rasterization. Now let's get into some of the numbers, and then in the conclusion we'll revisit this some more and talk about value for things like the 6000 series and the 30 series as they linger in the market, because they're looking pretty good. We'll look at RTX 4090 capped at 215 FPS average with both the new and the old drivers, but we're only showing one of the results because they're the same. That means the RTX 4080's 152 FPS average result has it 71% of the total 4090
They like
performance,
break up their
and
benchmarks with like
$1,200
grandstanding.
$1,600 MSRP, it's at 75% of the price. It's not very compelling, so this looks like sort of a classic upsell positioning on the 4090 versus the 4080. Framed another way, the 4090 outperforms the 4080 by 41% while costing 33% more money. Compared to alternatives, the 4080 works wonders to make early 3090 Ti buyers feel bad. It outperforms it by 24% here. The 6950 XT is the next closest. We hadn't actually checked prices for this one in a while, so a quick glance at Newegg revealed a few models at $800, and some with rebates, so they run in the 700s at the cheapest. That's competitive pricing, even against new cards, although there are clear downsides in things like ray tracing performance that we'll look at later. The 6950 XT's 114 FPS average allows the 4080 a 34% lead at 50% more money. The 3090 is around the same performance positioning, or close enough anyway, and generationally and by name only, the 4080 leads the 3080 by 53% with a similar price increase on MSRP. So that's a 1% performance bump for every 1% increase in dollars spent, which is what we call stagnation. We have a history of judging things this way where when we see that 1-to-1 rise over run and of course CPUs also limit GPU performance, which we've now learned once again. So we'll move on. In Total War Warhammer 3 at 4K, another DX11 title, the 4090 led at 125 FPS average with lows well spaced behind. It's pretty consistent here. The 4080 achieved 70% of that performance once again, landing at 88 FPS average with lows spaced also proportionally. The 3090 Ti gets close to the 4080 here, and as for the 3080, the 4080 leads the last gen namesake by 38%. Moving on to AMD's closest modern competitor until the 7000 series comes out, the 6950 XT flagship is led by 50% by the 4080, so they're pretty far apart, and we're looking forward to seeing where the 7900 XTX lands once it ships, because for now, the 6000 series is clearly being outdone. Pricing is favorable towards AMD's 6950 XT for now, but clearly the performance gap is pretty large here. At 1440p, we still have scaling on the CPU and we can see gaps in performance. The RTX 4090 leads the 4080 FE by 34%, with the 4080 leading the 3080 by 46%. The 6950 XT lands between them, and as for the older hardware, owners of the 2070 would see a 200% increase here. And although we don't have a 2080 in this chart, we do have the 2080 Ti. The 4080 improves 98% over that, and just as a reminder, when the 2080 Ti came out, we said that the pricing was ridiculous. That was a $1,200 card as well. Once again, the price is brutal on this, where we're seeing the same thing, the same 1% performance for every 1% dollar extra spent, and AMD, and for CPU reasons. The RTX 4090 now has its lead cut down to 24%. So we're at the limits of what 1080p will allow us to see for scaling and GPUs, although this is still pretty damn good given it's 1080p. The 4080 isn't though, so we can still see how that does versus everything else below it. And that's without a CPU impact here.
I think the dating on there is when they test the results.
XT by 34% here, then the 3080 below that by 46%. So you can see where the 6950 XT or the 6900X, just like we saw in original testing, they gain ground as the resolution comes down. Following these, the 3070 and the 2080 Ti are about the same, with the 4080 leading those by around 95% or so. In Shadow of the Tomb Raider at 4K, the RTX 4080 ran at 148 FPS average, with lows at 130 FPS and 127. So those are running tight together, and the frame times are really consistent on these modern cards. The RTX 4090 leads by 35% here, with the 4080 over the 3080 by 50%. The 27 FPS average lead over the 3090 Ti wouldn't be impressive, except the 3090 Ti's original price sort of makes it impressive. Impressively bad pricing for the 3090 Ti at launch, which we already knew. As for AMD, it swings close here, but not close enough to take second place. The 6950 XT allows the 4080 a lead of 29%, but considering the 6950 XT launched at $1,100 and is now $800, it still has price going for it. At 1440p, we're bound by the CPU in this game. The 4090 and the 4080 look the same when, if untethered, they wouldn't be otherwise, as seen in the previous charts. The 4080 leads the 6950 XT by 29% here, so we can see that there's still some scaling that remains constant in this one. The 4080 isn't fully locked up on the CPU like the 4090 is, but it's getting close and it's hitting it sometimes. The lead over the 3080 is 43% here. Rainbow Six Siege is up next, first at 4K. The RTX 4090 ran at 355 FPS average here, with lows spaced strongly at 288 and 265. That has it 32% ahead of the 4080, similar to the 35% lead we saw in Tomb Raider and the 34% lead that we saw in Total Warhammer. They're consistently spaced so far, so that at least renders the decision-making process easier. There's not a lot of different numbers to think about here in terms of performance gaps. The 4080 is 33% ahead of the 3080 here, so not as strong of a lead as we've seen in some of the other tests. The 6950 XT trails the 3080 relatively closely, with the 2080 Ti well below that at 150 FPS average. 1440p gives us comical frames, as Rainbow Six often does. The 4090's 634 FPS average hits a sort of semantic satiation, except for FPS, like it's so many frames that the brain stops understanding what we're even talking about anymore. The 634 FPS result leads the 4080 considerably in absolute numbers at a 120 FPS lead, with the percentage reduced down to 24% from the previous 32.
There's me,
We're not at
guys.
the CPU limit yet. That's around 677 FPS average with our setup, but we're approaching
Which
it.
still is pretty good, by
and
the
if
way.
we inspected this
I
closely,
don't have a
it
Ti,
might be
though. I have
hitting
the normal
every
model.
now and then. The
There wasn't
4080
much of a
leads
difference
the
between the
3080
Ti
by
and the
31%,
non-Ti.
posting nearly the same scaling we've seen
2080.
in
It
previous
was between the
tests.
2070 and
Even when
2070
unbound,
Ti.
it trends down with resolution. The 4080 expands on the 30 series trend of boosting higher FPS with higher resolution. As for the 6950 XT, the 4080 leads that by 23%. It's getting closer as the resolution shrinks. This is also a known trend. Horizon Zero Dawn is next. We don't have as many GPUs tested in this one, but we have enough for a simple chart. The 4090 ran at 165 FPS average here, leading the 4080 by 32%. That's consistent with the previous results. In raw numbers, it's about a 40 FPS lead. Not life-changing for the amount of money, but then 125 FPS over 100 FPS might not be either, considering the price delta versus the remaining 3080s in inventory and 6950 XTs on shelves today. The 6950 XT does well here, outdoing the 3080 by 16%. 1440p and 1080p were both CPU bound on the 4080, so we'll skip those charts and not even show them. On to the ray tracing test. These have gotten incredibly complicated to test, GPUs in general, because not only do we have to do rasterization, where we test at 3 resolutions now across all the different games. We don't even publish all the games we test.
We
once
saw
we
ray
start to see a
tracing in
pattern.
the last video. We
But
don't
you
really
have
care about it that much
plus
anyways.
Ray tracing, and then just doing straight ray tracing is not enough either, because we need DLSS or FSR or XeSS, any of these super SAN GPUs at maximum power consumption permitted through vBIOS. It's also fair because it's the same on every card we test. The RTX 4080 FE pulled 316 watts when stock, measured at the PCIe cables and at the slot, with the overclock increasing that to 343 watts. The stock numbers are effectively the same as the 3080, so at least in this regard, NVIDIA's efficiency, or its performance per watt, has actually generationally improved. They've done better here. The power is also far reduced from the RTX 4090, which ran at 496 watts when stock in the same test. For reference, the 6950 XT we mentioned earlier was at 377 watts. Concluding then, so to quickly recap some of the numbers we ran through earlier, we were seeing, again, it's about 70 to 75% of the performance of a 4090 at 75% of the price. You could look at it another way, where the 4090 leads anywhere from 30% to 40% on average, except when CPU constrained, where obviously it just drops depending on whatever that constraint is. In games like Final Fantasy, we saw a 4080 lead over the 6950 XT at 4K of about 34%. It led the 3080 by 53%. And then Total War 4K, just as another example, the 4080 led the 3080 by 38%. It led the 6950 XT by 50%. Rainbow Six 4K had the 4080 leading 33% over the 3080, 4090 leading 32% over the 4080. And then with ray tracing benchmarks, we saw a far larger gap form in some tests that are more RT reliant, whereas the games like Tomb Raider, where it's just one RT feature and otherwise all rasterization, those basically resembled the rasterization testing. So, as for where that leaves us today, well, first of all, this is pretty disappointing. 1,200, it's like, it feels like we're kind of back to where we were with launches between 2020 and now. Between the 3080 launch, it was actually great. I mean, price performance was there. They brought it down from the 20 series. So maybe some of that was, maybe a little bit of Stockholm syndrome there with the 20 series, where 2080 Ti came out $1,200, much like this is now, although the time's different, obviously. But the 3080 felt like a pretty solid launch, and the MSRP was the reason for that, where it was kind of like a call back to the 1080 Ti. 1080 Ti's, as a reminder, different time, inflation differences too, but
Crypto mining.
$700, and regardless of inflation or economics or any of that,
Crypto
when it
mining.
launched, it was a great thing for
Crypto
performance
mining.
and value, and that maintained true
Say
for
it.
at least a couple
Say
of
it, Steve.
generations. I
Say
think
that
it's still
word.
holding on well.
Crypto.
So
Say it,
the 3080
Steve.
felt like a good
No, he doesn't
callback
want to.
something that people
He doesn't want to.
associated
Tech-tubers don't
positive
actually
feelings towards the 1080
adhere
Ti.
or believe in
And,
crypto.
we lost that with the
Not
4090
adhere to.
clearly, because it's more of a Titan class card. You never expect those to be received well from a value perspective. The 4080 had a chance to sort of get people back
acknowledged.
interested in NVIDIA's
Tech
new
tubers
stuff
don't acknowledge
from
crypto.
a value proposition, which is the most important angle to hold.
He
but
does.
it's just- it's not there.
People love
And,
fan
you know,
flaming.
NVIDIA
Remember we talked
CEO
about
can
drama
get up
being
on
the
stage
easiest
and
thing in the
talk
world to
about
write, and people
how
eat that
low
shit up.
prices
It's
are-
like a soap opera from the
or
80s.
dropping prices are a thing
Yeah.
of the past as much
People
as he wants.
love
At the
drama.
end of the day, his
They
own
suck that
product
shit up
is
so hard.
killing his
And
current
you have to keep putting it out, too.
for value.
For
So
people
if you
to attract
don't
that type
need the
of
newest thing, if
clientele,
for
I guess
some
you could say.
people,
That
you
kind of
feel
viewership.
bad if you buy something a generation old because, well, you're buying a
By the way, that's not to say criticism is
2022
bad.
model
Criticism
and
is
it's about to be 2023. You're buying
appropriate.
a 2020 model and it's
But
2022.
like mud dragging and such
Realistically,
is
though,
just
it doesn't
he gets a little bit
actually
too high on
matter
his horse
if
too.
the product you're looking at achieves
This
what
isn't
you
that bad
want.
though. All right, well, I mean, we skipped
right
through a
now,
lot
the
of
cards are all
we skipped
so
through a lot of the
ridiculously
rhetoric,
high
didn't
in
we?
performance that if you
Maybe.
take a step back, you look at those charts. Just remember that if you're looking at something where it's like GN had to invest actual effort to create a GPU bottleneck, probably for your purposes, a 3080 versus a 4090, you're going to get better value out of the older thing,
$450
even though it's
3080s
technically
on
a little older.
eBay?
So as long as you're okay
Yeah.
with that, and as long as you're okay with throwing away a little bit of future proofing because it's not the newest absolute thing right now, you can put that money towards something else.
That's why I believe the low end tech tubers don't even cover the shit. This is why I believe the low end doesn't even exist anymore for video cards, because you can just buy something last gen that's fucking fantastic, really cheap on eBay. So yeah,
as sort of a floor, just quick glance.
they don't really
anyway.
cover that. Like
And that's
Hardware
a
Unbox, for
pretty
instance, showed us
interesting
Newegg
price
current
list from
prices,
3080,
but
not
you
too
really
far
should be
off
looking
from
at like
that.
eBay,
And
looking
the
at the
4080
lowest
is
pre-owned,
not
like
for us. The
lowest
value
used
is not
prices
there.
that aren't like
And
obviously
it's sad,
either
'cause
a
it's actually
scam
pretty good
or
product, just in terms of
something's wrong with the
performance
card.
alone. As is the 4090. They've done well with the engineering. It's
Trying to trigger
actually
people right now by
impressive
putting
how much
force
the
on the video
4090
card.
lifted up from last generation, and we expect the 4090 to be expensive. There's got to be some give here though somewhere for the
And putting more
enthusiast
context
market.
on it, which
And $1,200
Gears Next didn't even do.
for
price
this
performance
is
chart.
just not.
It's
We're
basically
stuck
just
in
a cut down model of a
one-to-one
4090. You
price
don't get a
over price
discount for the most
performance,
part by buying a
and
4080
that
versus
is
4090. You
how
used
we
to.
define
You don't anymore.
stagnation.
They just
And if you
chopped
think
off
about
like
it for more than a
25% of the
second,
performance, and then they chopped off
it
25%
should
of
be
the
pretty
price.
obvious why, because the needle has
Oh.
not moved if you're moving everything with it. If you move the entire gauge, you turn it, and the needle turns. That doesn't mean the needle moved.
I don't
It
know why
means
they
that
aren't
the
doing a
whole
price
gauge
performance
moved.
like Hardware
That's
Unbox
where we
does.
are, NVIDIA.
Hardware Unbox is not the first one to do that, by the
hopefully
way.
AMD kicks them a little bit in the
Tech Report is
ass
probably the
to
first
be
website
more
I saw to do
competitive here
that.
on pricing,
Tech Report did a lot of
but
things first
that's all we
for
got for you on this one. Thanks for watching. As always,
tech reviewing.
subscribe for more. We'll have some follow-ups, I'm sure. And you can go to store.gamersnexus.net,
Followed them for years.
to help us out directly, or patreon.com.
And the owner's kind of left, and it's not
Once again, we're
remotely
probably
what it
we'll
used to
be
be.
looking
So.
at partner models, I'm sure, just because
Things still
it
exist.
is a good product at a performance level.
Do you even do reviews anymore? I don't know what that was. They even link to other tech websites when they do it? I don't think they do. Yeah, basically they're just farming ad traffic off their domain. Reposting articles. There aren't even comments anymore. Basically, they're just farming the domain for clicks. They're probably just reposts from someone else's website. Sad. But I guess that's what you do when, at the end of the day. Reposting, are the forums active? Forums were the biggest part of this website. Construction Tech Review. Top camping lanterns. Yeah, this is yeah, it's gone. Forums still here? For the forums? Huh. You have to Google the forums to get to them. Am I missing it? Holy shit. Gambling, crypto. Yeah, this website, yeah, they're gone. Gone now. August 30th. October 2nd. November 2nd. Used to be incredibly active. You can look at, like, literally look at the amount of posts, the posts and topics here. Used to be incredibly active 10 years ago, and now it just died. 42,000 posts left. Left. Kind of sad. Yeah, I'm not really interested in watching the Artemis launch, Lane. Structures of new tech. Yeah, I think the last review they did was like the 8700K. It's like the site owner tried to get his son on board to make him like kind of take over, and then he kind of did it for a little bit, like a month or a couple releases, and they stopped, as kids normally do when they're young, because you can't really just push responsibility onto someone that's like 18 or 20 or something and expect them to do what you want them to. There I go. I went to Nantech for a while. They barely seem to post hardware reviews anymore. Yep. They're basically one of the last TechTube pages, and they still do hardware reviews on occasion, but at least this is hardware focused. Tom's hardware never feels quite right for me. Yeah, it's a lot of kids through there, and they used to stage their benchmarks a lot. There's a reason I'd never go to Tom's hardware, unless I can't find anywhere else. It is March 12th. They haven't reviewed a single GPU since 2020. The TR Barbecue 2022. This has been a thing that they tried to do for years, and I guess it finally just died. TR was my homepage since 2000, 2001. That's actually when I added a homepage for probably 10 years. I don't even have a homepage anymore. I just have tabs that are open. I don't, because I never open my browser. It's just always open. YouTube took over for review stuff. For the monetary aspect, yeah. So if you can't monetize it, i.e. you can't make money, why would you do that? And there's even less money in tech tech websites than there is in tech tubing, which is why we watch tech tubing, because it's something that you guys can engage in and actually watch in real time, right? I could sit here and read an article, but that doesn't really cater to you guys. I prefer reading an article, but it doesn't help with if I want to share it with you guys. Like I want to, I want to have some together time, right? So we can discuss stuff and cover it on the stream. What reading an article doesn't really work out. Plays so much. Rectal prolapse. Ah, the rectal prolapse name. And then someone Googles it and gets disgusted. Yeah. Your name is disgusting. He has 54 posts. He joined 2006. I'm married, 8 years now, pregnant, and in a high-power government job. Dating with you when I was 15 to 16 was damn good practice. Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, there's some people, like, if you knew their age, guys, you would never talk to them because you know kids are stupid and it's not worth arguing with them because most of the time they can't logic properly. And as such, there's no reason to actually debate with them. Yeah, like 15 and 16 is, like, not worth talking to at all. Like, I would immediately nope out of that conversation the moment learning someone's age. Like, even 18 is, like, too young. It's getting borderline there, but, like, kids are so stupid. It's just part of growing up. It's part of having your brain develop and your body develop. You just aren't all there. You're an inferior human being until you become an adult. Well, that's why we have laws and all sorts of things in place to protect kids, right? And parents are supposed to protect kids, right? Yeah. You just aren't a full human being until you grow up. And it's just the way life is. Kids are fucking stupid as shit. I don't mean that because it's not like something you can help. If you're a kid, it's not something you can help. It's just part of growing up, right? Yeah, if you can imagine, if you remember what you were when you were like a teenager, stupid shit you did when you were a kid, and it doesn't even remotely make sense to you now, yeah, it's because you grew up. Got married, had a kid, second one's due. No longer a forum link on the front page, October 30th. Crypto and gambling. Had to Google to find the forum link. The other guy's name. Tom? What was the other guy's name? Hard drive reviews all the time. Heyday. Mm-hmm. $900 posts, guys. Joined in 2002. 20 years ago. 20 fucking years ago. Ripperonis. At least they keep up the forums and the old reviews, but I'm sure this is eventually going to die too. If this is just being used to farm clicks, look at this shit. If this is just being used to farm, this used to be a tech review website. This is just being used to farm clicks. This is eventually going to die too. This is going to stop paying for itself because no one comes to aggregate websites. It's just garbage. Gambling, crypto. Yeah, you can tell like when gambling links pop up, you can tell they're on their last leg. So, however long this takes, is eventually just going to die too. It's kind of sad. Reminder of the time past. Makes me feel bad just going there. Yep, just farming clicks, looking for people to click on it, and they do. Apparently. Good. Good. Okay. Well, that's depressing. Let's move along, guys. Let's look at the Reddits here, guys, and then we're gonna get into some Gamaz. Patch is delayed. Mid-season patch tomorrow, which is gonna have nerfs in it. No one wants this. Bring back old loot boxes. Yeah? Uh-huh. Get downvoted, that's fine. They deserve it. Stop buying them? I remember I was going in someone's like a week ago. I went in someone's Overwatch chat, and they're arguing about how it's bad that there's loot boxes, or how it's like you have to pay for stuff now. I was like, how do you want to pay for the game? And they got pissed off at me. I had what'd they say? I had unoriginal and no, it wasn't unoriginal. Uninspired look on the game because I suggested the game had to have a monetary model. How the fuck do you want to pay for employees? They said it's short-sighted. How the fuck do you want to pay for fucking employees at a company? What do you want? $60 for a game you paid for 6 years ago? Yeah, no. Fuck off, dude. Every game has a monetary model of some kind, whether it's DLC, expansions, or not downloadable content, microtransactions. In the case of League of Legends, you pay for shit, right? Or people pay for shit to subsidize you playing for free. That's the way it fucking works. Do you want them to pop up ads every time you play a game? Like play 3 minutes of ads? Maybe that. I should put that in my comment. Oh, it's gone. Into the abyss of comments, never to be seen again because it's not upvoted. Do you want to watch 3 minutes of ads every time you fucking play a game? Is that what you want in this game? Jesus Christ. Huh? Do you want to watch 3 minutes of ads to play a game of Overwatch? Is that where we're at now? No, you don't, do you? I don't fucking want that. Gamble all they fucking... Feed these kids that are funneling money to them because they have a gambling addiction because their parents can't fucking keep track of them. I don't care. Parent fucking better. It's not my job to parent your kids. You might think it is, but it's not. Stop it, please. I need healing, puts down immortality field, runs out of immortality field. Yeah. But probably, there's a lot of people that don't even know what the field is, by the way. Why does no one play support anymore? I present you Genji. It's nothing to do with that. You're playing a submissive role where you play bitch to the rest of the team. That's support. And as such, it takes a lot of the stress off you because you're at the whim of your team. Yeah. Play DPS or tank. Don't bitch about playing the role that you don't want to play. Just don't play the role you don't want to play. Personal responsibility. How hard is that? You don't want to play support? Don't play support! Wow, problem solved. It's funny because you'll like look at the Overwatch forums, not Reddit by the way, the forums, and there's people like talking about buffing the shit out of supports, and literally they A, want to turn them into DPS that are high sustain, which will literally kill the role of DPS, or B, turn them into tanks, which would also make them high sustain, high damage, or just unkillable, which would also kill DPS and tanks. So like, what do you want? What do you fucking want? Hoping AMD stirs upon 7900 XTX. Yes, they are. They're set to. It is. It is. And you are at the whim of your entire team. That's why I don't play support. It is a powerless role for the most part. Oh, you definitely matter, especially at high MMR. At lower MMR, you're going to get stuck because you depend on the tank, especially the tank, and the DPS to carry you. Like, you can heal all you want, but if there's zombies and they don't know what the fuck they're doing, it's not going to matter. You're just going to heal zombies until they die, and it's one of the most disheartening things to do. Like, when I play HOTS and the quest comes up for the daily for supports, when you play teammates that have no idea what the fuck they're doing, it is horrible. It is absolutely horrible. It is disheartening, and you'll find that the enemy team will focus the shit out of you because you're the only one doing anything, and they know it. Because they're smart enough to realize that you have the highest ceiling on the team, and your team literally doesn't fucking stop because of you until they kill you. And then they kill you, and then your team dies. Yeah. And your teammates aren't good enough to actually protect you. So, it's one thing if you say, there's healers that will scream, protect me all the time because I'm the healer. And it's another thing where you see the healers run off to a corner to die to a Genji, or another thing where they aren't doing anything and then they die because it's just part of the churn. It's just part of what happens in the game. Give and take to a lot of things, guys. Unless you're playing a tank. Tanks are just all take. People just hate and refuse to play against Legion. The only people that have problems with Legion are like mid to low MMR survivors that have problems with them. And they bandage every time they get hit, and they don't disperse when he charges at them. You play Legion at high MMR, you realize why he sucks as a killer. Which we have. So, I had my Legion stint. Definitely not a top tier killer. Where is Legion anyways? Past him. Fuck. I wouldn't say he's on par with Shape or Nurse or Bird Lady, although we never really played Bird Lady. But this is all MMRs, so. Where's he at? Red MMR. 5%? Nine. He's still in this relatively same spot. I don't believe that all. You play against good survivors, you'll do horrible. Good. Okay. Let's play some OWs, guys. Hopefully my computer doesn't explode. Kind of makes me wonder if maybe I'm going to have to put off on testing, guys, until I get my new CPU. I'm going to give this another day and see if it locks up overnight. And I'm going to have to go from there, I guess. No one protects me. Yeah. Yeah. Especially at low MMR when you're the only thing keeping everyone alive. Yeah. Mercy's very good. There's a lot of people that flip out about Mercy being a shitty healer, and once again, it's a skill difference. There's a lot of people that don't understand how to use her kit, and they're just like, it's one of the players that a lot of people use because she's easy to play, but it has a high skill ceiling if you know what you're doing. A very low skill floor, but high skill ceiling, and then people just don't understand it because the majority of the players are just kind of bad. That player, she's very good, especially when you know how to use Guardian Angel and Super Jump, which you guys saw me learn how to do, and once you figure it out, it's very easy. And then change your movement controls on her too. And then you can do this fucking weird thing where you can backwards super jump while forward super jumping. So you go like this in the fucking air, which I'm sure you guys have seen. Yeah, which is incredibly difficult to fucking shoot. We're back, guys. I gotta take a piss and wash my coffee cup out. Just a big difference between the normal distribution of players that play her, and her skill set. Yeah, and she chains the nearby teammate. Yeah, that's like a lot. That's even without her ult, and her ult just makes her even more powerful. Yeah. And a lot of times you'll see Mercy not even give a shit about that. She'll just try and kill people when she's in her ult mode. Bad healer, according to the forums, though. Was I in Overwatch 2 this entire time? Oh my god, guys. Yeah, I know that. Alright. What were we testing yesterday? We're at 360 hertz, or 360 FPS. Well, my computer's crashing and exploding, putting that aside. Turned off a cache. That was a bad idea. I talked about upgrading my version of Windows. I don't think that matters at all. Oh, I got an idea. Like, various tweaks and tinfoil hat shit I'm looking at and going through. Want to tweak graphical options. Okay. Couple games in here. I also turned on OBS option.
Strike from above. Taking off. Float like a jellyfish. Sting like a jellyfish.
Huh. So since I increased my CPU,
When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me.
voltage,
Increasing altitude.
it looks like my cores aren't at 100% anymore. Huh. Okay. Well, that makes perfect sense. Two of them aren't. They normally are. Maybe we'll see that in the normal game.
Justice served. I don't think so. Going down. Establishing aerial position.
Bitch. How dare you push me? How dare you lay your hands on me?
Multiple hits confirmed.
Sometimes I click the button and nothing comes out, guys. Still happens.
A clean
I'm pretty sure my CPU's dying. I think I just have to arm it at this point. I don't think it's not going to get better. So, CPU doesn't heal. Just working myself up to not only opening up my PC case and fucking around with something, but at the same time,
aerial positioning underway.
having to work with the shitty CPU for 3 weeks. Busan! Traveling to Busan, guys! Mm-hmm. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, we turned on reduced buffering and high precision mouse too.
Remember, if you want me to heal you, stand very still.
Oh yeah.
Also, avoid the bullets. Who's ready to have some fun?
Turn on my light boost. There we go.
3, 2, 1. Functioning underway. Work as a team, everyone. Enemy over here. Excellent teamwork. Taking to the air. The objective is elimination mid-ascent.
Can I hit mid-airs? Hey, I killed Mercy.
Airspace,
That takes like extra work.
I've got you covered. Positioning.
Cool. What the fuck is their team doing? Oh, I don't know if they're just getting farmed by the Pharah? What's happening here?
Enemy here. In range of the objective. Form up on me. Justice reigns from above. On the move. Establishing aerial position. Over there. Only
Ah.
room for one raptor in these skies. Up and away.
Oh, I might be dead. I'm dead. Tried to get around the corner, guys. I probably would have been safe if I was actually at the shrine.
My head's in the game.
Good. Oh, I didn't actually gotta do that.
On the move.
It matters at this point.
Watch out for that enemy.
First round. Nanobot administered. Perfect hit.
By all means, come try your luck.
Score.
Oh man, it's coming dry, you rock. Ah, do we have a cheating McCree? Maybe. Accuracy isn't too hot. Lots of spam though.
So you're going with Cole? Joining Overwatch? Isn't that what you want? What I want never should have mattered to begin with.
Yeah, Farah, aren't you your own woman? Are you Anna's bitch, Farah? Is that what this is? I thought you were her own woman. You were your own woman, guys. Cam's blurry.
Capture the objective.
Fixed. You're missing like half their team. What the fuck's going on here? Jesus fucking Christ. Wow, you died because you're Farah and you didn't stand near the immortality field. I saw it on Reddit. Fuck off, dude.
Happy holidays.
Why don't you just stand in the middle of the point as Farah? She's still fucking there. Good. Dude! Why didn't she decloak? I shot her! What? Did I just not see her?
Show him some air power.
She took damage. You could see the shimmer. Why didn't I see her?
Apagando las luces. Dispersing. Taking off.
Did you not teleport?
Over there. Over here. Aerial position underway. Messy, but we got it done.
You just solo ulted their healer. Uh-huh. Fuck is she going?
Taking to the air.
There's one.
I think I might have had my E. I'm not sure though.
The skies await.
My god. Oh. Got it. To accuracy. This is on the first round. When my team disappeared. Go. What? No. Practice range is unavailable. You can sit here and look at tutorial though. Wait, what? Why? Why is that? Good? Preparing for battle. Mm-hmm. Burp, 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 burp.
Strike from above.
Ah.
Stay close. I can't heal you.
I swear my memory's going to shit, guys. Not that that matters in the case of how well you perform in this game, but... related. Yeah, like 2 CPU cores aren't at 100% anymore. Not sure what that means. What the fuck is their Doomfist doing? How long till we see the aimbot hit scans, guys?
Pushing ahead now.
Tracer. That's not a McCree or a soldier, though.
You weren't watching the skies.
The lead is ours.
Taking off.
God.
Tyson. I will not waste this.
There's a soldier. That seems to be very accurate. Mm-hmm. Who definitely looks like he's cheating. Cool.
Another approach.
Holy shit, guys.
Establishing aerial position.
Took one swap. I think that's the Hanzo. That did basically nothing at the beginning. No, the Hanzo's still there. What was it then? What was the other DPS? I don't remember. It wasn't a soldier, though.
Going here. Thanks for the assist. Let the heroes never die.
Escorting the robot.
I was standing on his head.
Aerial positioning underway. Justice reigns from above.
Anna. I don't know.
Barricade on the move.
Yeah, he is very accurate.
Rainbow Storm. I will not waste this opportunity.
Very certain the soldier's cheating. He is 100% cheating. That's like a hard lock right there, too. Good for him.
What's up? Soothing your wounds.
Yeah. He doesn't miss a single fucking shot, guys.
Watch out for this one.
Odds are against
Like a gentle rain.
Fuck off, dude. You're just trying to bully with aim right now.
Our lead. Stop them.
Huh? Oh. Hanzo finally hit me. Good.
I'm not done yet. Establishing aerial
So. Bye.
stop the enemy now.
enemy here.
Mm-hmm.
Shake it off.
Yep.
Took the lead. Come on. Tuck your visor out.
Not one. We can't let them take the lead. We're outnumbered.
Soldiers over there again. Just gotta maintain line of sight on them. Good.
Get the robots back to our barricade. They're ahead of us. Let's show them some air power.
Sorry.
Taking to the air.
Is it Hanzo cheating now? He wasn't hitting any shots earlier.
Like a gentle rain. Thank you. Thanks for this. Got one here.
Yeah, this is the same fucking annoying shit we saw last night. Oh no, that's not good.
Right into my web. Making another.
Yeah, the soldier's just being an annoying piece of shit. If you can imagine a troll in video games, guys, this is what you're seeing with the soldier right now.
Enemy here.
It's like just taking a couple shots which are 100% accurate, then he runs away. Because he's cheating, so it doesn't matter.
I am power.
Good.
Not done yet.
This guy's 100% cheating. Like, this is hard lock shit. This isn't even like a... It's not even a soft lock or anything that's even believable. That's a straight up hard lock aimbot. Huh?
Thanks for the assist. Excellent teamwork.
Watch out for this one.
Let's see what he says. You're just a bad Farah.
Enemy seen.
I bet he is.
Let's show him some air power.
Watch out for this one.
Uh-huh.
Carried on the wind. Aerial positioning underway.
I should have killed the Mercy.
I don't want to talk about it. Stop their barricade.
Uh-huh. Why is there How can she look how far away she is, guys. Look at that. How can she fucking hit the guy from way over there? Look at the range on the Mercy right now. That's not normal as well. There's a dumb shit opening his mouth now. You're hard. You're just playing Farah.
30 seconds remaining. No one can hide from my sight.
Taking to the air.
Watch out for this one.
10 seconds remaining.
Bye. Literally don't give two shits. Uh-huh. Let's see. This is the GM. I guess it's top 500. You literally can see him snapping to players, though. All right. I fucking hate people, by the way. People that are fucking so stupid that they just think, like, part of the grind is just the way that you're supposed to play the game. Like, you're just supposed to put your ass up in the air and get fucked on occasion. Yeah. Let's see. First, let's see if this guy's actually a real streamer, or if he's just plugging a channel. Okay. He has one viewer. Yeah, no one watches him. Good. Uh-huh. Which was me, I'm pretty sure, so. Then the Mercy's gonna get a report too, because she had like 2 times beam length. I don't know what the fuck that was. Actually, let's first check to see if Mercy's ult increases beam length. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. That's really fucking weird. You remember when I talked about the Moiras that like use their fingers further than normal? Let me take a quick look, because maybe Mercy has something to do with her ult where she gets longer beam length. Check the Mercy now. By the way, switching out Pharah would have done absolutely fuck all there. That's why I fucking hate when morons open their mouths. Like, you're playing Pharah, that's why you're done. You literally can see his aim drill anyone that he looks at. It doesn't fucking matter what you play. It's not going to change anything. Which is why he just started fucking around and running around the map trying to get you to basically chase him. So you spend time basically getting into a 1v1 and dying away from your team. It's always the same shit. Like, all the fucking cheaters do the same shit as far as that goes. The pain damage, healing. It does look like her ult actually adds more range to her heal. Uh, 5 meters. It says max range, so with Valkyrie, max range 10 meters, chain healing, plus 100% range Guardian Angel Caduceus staff. So I'm pretty sure it increases your range by 100%, if I'm reading that right, so I assume so. Unless that's relating to her chain healing, which I don't think so. Mercies, next game. Yeah, that guy, like, immediately swapped off the... What character was he playing at the beginning of the game? It wasn't Hanzo. But he did fuck all, and then he switched to Soldier 76 and started hard-locking everyone on the team. And then literally we couldn't do anything. The fucking moron on the team's like, let's switch off Pharah. That literally would have done fuck all. He's literally running around the map insta-killing all the DPS, so it doesn't matter. Good stuff. Don't go all out, cheaters! Just put your ass up in the air and get fucked! God, you're so dumb! Jesus Christ, dude.
Strike from above.
Don't be smart! Stop being smart! It's like fucking Dead by Daylight all over again. Don't be smart! Don't say smart things! Stop it! Stop it! Just get fucked! Just get fucked like the rest of us! Don't say things that make sense. Like, you literally watch his kill cam, you see him going like this fucking back and forth between people. Yeah. And he's switching targets. Jesus Christ.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1.
Don't do that.
Hey, it's Keiko.
Together we will not fail.
Fucking moron. Echo. Yeah. Better Pharah.
I knew I could count on you. Aerial positioning. I need healing.
Got part of a heal. Good. Wish you could fly better. Like back when Pharah used to come out, guys.
Taking to the air.
Back when Pharah was new, before they seemed to have nerf her.
I need backup.
We might have been able to kill him if he was inside the bubble. It's like trying to time the Q properly with his bubble location. It's a good question. What the fuck is happening? I don't know, our entire team's chasing the monkey, but I guess. Is that a Soj? No, that's our Soj. Ours is dead. Kiriko is there, though.
The skies await. Increasing altitude. I'm here to support. Someone called it wind.
The one time McCree actually lands a shot, guys. Right when we didn't want him to.
Returning to battle. En route.
Thank you, my friend.
Aerial positioning underway. I don't think so. I'm on fire. Overtime.
16 health, guys. Good. 358, 60.
To learn.
Accuracy's going up, but still not great. Good, good, good.
You look familiar. Are you the loud one?
No, I am Reinhard Wilhelm, the one with the hammer and shield.
But not the loud one. Sure.
You're a bitch. I'm just saying that, Kiriko. Haha. Let's put down her teammates, and for some reason they tolerate it instead of ostracizing her.
I'm with you. We've made the plane into the air. Now let's go.
How the fuck are you still alive, Anna? There we go. Hey, buddy. Oh, no!
Making another approach.
Taking the point.
Establishing aerial position.
My ultimate is charging.
Good. And sticky grenade. Excuse me, aimbot grenade. It's not just the sticky grenade, it's aimbot grenade. Oh, no.
For the crusade.
Let the Kitsune guide right.
And we probably have cheating Soj. You guys aren't seeing that right now, but you know, it probably is really good.
I am securing the point. En route. On my way. Fall back and regroup. Up and away.
12, 70, 17. Good.
Returning to battle. Repositioning.
Fucking that.
I knew I could count on you. Dispersing. Heroes never die. System repaired. Taking off. Repulsion. Taking the point. Moving.
Biotic grenade, guys. Oh my god, Mercy, you madman.
Enemy over here. Taken down.
I almost got brain.
You need urgent care. Establishing aerial position. Over there. Over here.
Tried to boop him. This is Baptiste? No. Holy fucking shit, Mercy. Ryan wanted to be on me, and instead that literally got two of his teammates killed. Good. Their team's dead, so it didn't matter. It was a waste.
I don't stay down. Making a fuss. Up and away. I see an enemy. It's go time.
Like, you need healing as soon as you say that, because if you're below 120 or 130, you're just dead. Dude, the fucking aimbot part of that grenade, like, sticky, you want to make it sticky, you want to make it a bigger, sticky model, that's fine. But when you make it a fucking aimbot grenade that goes like this, like a guided missile, and literally just sticks to anyone in close quarters, it's fucking obnoxious. Like, there's McCrees that know that, and they just roll up on you and try to throw it on you immediately. And unlike with the flashbang, they don't actually have to need to hit a well-timed shot at the end of it. Much worse. Because it's an aimbot grenade.
The eye will not fail. The hand will not flinch.
Hello.
And I'm pretty sure Soj is cheating, but I'm not on their team, so I can't tell. This is based purely on her rolling over their team constantly.
We can do this.
Mm-hmm.
Taking off. Dispersing. Going down.
Good.
I need backup.
Is that a Pharah I just saw?
Increasing altitude.
Oh! Oh, I still killed the Zen. Nice. We're doing better, guys. Accuracy-wise.
Systems nominal.
But a lot of spam can completely drive down my accuracy numbers and has nothing to do with whatever's happening on my screen or CPU. Still kind of weird that my CPUs used to be running at 98 and 100%. Now they aren't. Good God, he just came through the door behind me. I bet I had my back turned right as I landed. Yeah, that's right when I turned around, guys. He came out of the doorway.
I don't stay down. On the move.
Oh, they aren't taking the objective. There we go.
Over there. Justice rains from above.
Bye, tank.
Enemy over here.
Yeah, we just saved that Soja's about to die. Take his med kit. Alrighty. I mean, this is pretty good. It felt pretty good, too. A couple things I want to change and try here, guys. Which we first? Oh my God, it's me!
Going down.
Alright, so first off, I want to change, there's a mode. That shouldn't matter, but apparently it changes something in your option file. It shouldn't matter at all, by the way. It should be 100% regardless. But there's a post saying that it changes an option in your INI file, which is kind of weird, but, you know. Start. Good. By the way, I watched my stream yesterday, guys. Oh, the quality is fantastic. Basically, my video card now encodes at basically the same level as medium preset on a CPU, and that's insane. That's a very big bar. It looks that good too. So, but now my computer's exploding, so it doesn't even matter.
Strike from above. Aerial positioning underway. Double kill. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. Double kill. Double
Okay. Perfect.
Traveling to Eichenwald.
Icy Walled. We're on Icy Walled, guys. Good.
strike from above. Ooh, I live for this.
Yeah, the HDR bullshit on the maps, guys, where everything looks like a fucking desert now is obnoxious. I know it doesn't seem that way, but it's like there's like a giant fucking yellow filter over everything right now.
No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work. System repaired.
If we do this right, they won't even know what happened.
Health restored.
4, 3, 2.
Aerial positioning underway.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective.
Enemy over here.
Ready for a knockout?
My God.
Feel better? En route. Establishing aerial position.
I keep missing the platform.
On the move. Finishing them off. Here it comes. Increasing altitude.
There's no way I can fucking hit that. But you have to get fucking pretty fucking close for me to hit that. And even then, like there's the input flare delay.
Taking off.
Oh, I heard her on the left. I need to E out of there.
Melted down.
Instead of jumping.
Taking flight.
Oh.
Always more to learn. Establishing aerial position. I see an enemy.
Did they change the flight height? I only killed Anna. I wasn't close enough. If I use my jets, I risk actually making noise. So. Yeah, and then they turn and immediately kill you, so.
I don't want to talk about it. Okay. I learned from that. Taking to the air.
Feels better. I don't know if that's true or not. Might just be doing better. They definitely need to improve Farrah's flight mechanics, especially now. She's an outdated hero. Like, you see fucking Echo constantly changing. Why would you fucking do that? Yeah, dude. Oh. Be the worst Echo?
Okay, my head's in the game.
You see her like flying up and down and all over, and I can barely hover, and I eventually fly to the ground. Oh my God.
Let the kids. Gotta go.
I don't understand how Sigma Alt, I believe, is 50% of your HP.
Positioning. Stop the payload.
Ash might have toggled. Yeah,
Do something.
maybe. Yeah. She wasn't earlier on, as could be witnessed by her constantly missing shots.
Up and away.
Shit. Hey. That. One of the healers. Get to Anna? No.
Thank you.
God.
Dusting off. Okay, my head's in the game.
Two. It's actually impossible to give Sigma because he has an ability that just absorbs everything.
I don't stay down.
I don't think they got the heat.
That is not Ash, is it? No.
Establishing area. Adaptive circuits engaged. Bara. Let's take him to the wasteland. Justice reigns from above.
Personality motive.
Pretty sure the Ash is cheating.
Rocket barrage incoming. Teamwork. Shut them in a locker.
Good. Let's see. Back. Oh my god, it's me. We gotta watch it now, guys. It's me. It's me, guys. Do you see the fucking super darks? Like on the fucking surface of the sun. This is back before the Ash toggled on, by the way. Oh. That didn't apparently change much of anything. Mm-hmm.
Strike from above. Aerial positioning underway. Taken down. Double kill.
Hmm.
Now arriving at Helios.
Strike from above. No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work.
Things always go well when you're working with Junkrat and Roadhog.
I will not waste this opportunity.
Good.
2, 1. Round 1. Capture.
Establishing aerial position. Let's keep each other safe. Enemy here. Excellent teamwork. I see an enemy. Thanks for the assist.
Get him? It is next to impossible to boop a Lucio, but you know.
I will not waste this opportunity.
But
There's one.
oh, please.
Establishing aerial position. Scatter. Enemy over here.
I didn't even know you could get back up over there. That's interesting.
Enemy over here. Repulsion. I see an enemy. Over here.
Thank you.
Increasing altitude. Enemy here.
Oh! There we go.
Onwards to victory.
Ah, it looks like my shots are more on now. I don't know what it is. Time to fire delay. It's not even like hitting shots. It's like when you pull the trigger and when the missile comes out.
0.
I don't know. It could just be placebo again. Don't know. Yeah, like I said, the weird thing is, the noticeable difference between yesterday and today is like, 2 cores that were normally pegged at 99, 100% are now like sitting at 60 to 80%, which doesn't really make sense. So it's become more stable and the CPUs now are doing less work. So maybe there's some sort of like error checking that was happening in the background that was actually causing inefficiency in my CPU. Or it takes more time to do work or shit. Because it's not actually completely stable, but not unstable enough to crash. Oh, you where he is, guys.
Messy, but we got it done.
There he is. Ah,
Aerial positioning underway. I will not waste this. I am securing the point.
you got him.
Enemy over here.
Widow.
I see an enemy. Right by you. I knew it was coming. Enemy over here. Enemy seen. Increasing altitude. I don't think so.
There's 3 of them in there. Just like booped. Want to avoid getting...
I need healing. I require
Dead. Yeah. We get ourselves a cheating aimbot.
en route.
Fucking weird. It's actually pretty amazing the CPUs are as resilient as they are right now. Without crashing. Like, it takes so much for them to crash in the first place. Yeah. Thank you for waiting for me.
Enemy here.
There you
That'll hurt.
go. Huh? Is that a Reaper? Ah! She didn't have her ult up. Her, that's not good. Her teleport ability. Is that a Me Too Pharah? Sounds like it.
Enemy here. Thanks for the assist.
Good. Actually doesn't honestly look that great. Did pretty well though.
Justice reigns from
I mean, that was a pretty good pot G. I bet people are like, you didn't do anything, and then they saw the shot at the end that actually was worth the pot G at the end there. For that perfectly timed missile that just met that Lucio. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Endorsement. Pot G. Okay. So, TLDR, as it seems like this one doesn't really hurt anything. It doesn't really seem to help anything. I don't know if it's better or not. Now we're going to try a setting that may or may not actually work or do anything useful. This is usually a big no-no, by the way. Border windowed mode is not something you normally want to play on. But because of the way Windows is gone... Thank you! Reddit actually, yeah, because it was deceptive, right? It's like, haha, the fairy got the pot G because of the Q, which I did shut down the soldier's Q, right? Putting that aside, haha, got pot G because of the soldier Q, and then they saw me miss the Lucio, right? And then the Roadhog grabbed him, and he jumped off the edge. You're like, oh, okay, what's this? And then right at the end there, just a nice boop. Haha, you missed Lucio, haha. So normally, guys, full screen is a no-no. Your windowed borderless is a no-no. It's nice from a creative standpoint because it helps you tabbing out of the game because it's really fast, but it generally creates more latency and makes the game feel worse, and you get lower FPS and shit. However, possibly you can get better FPS, so we'll see if that's true or not. Or not better FPS, better feeling game. Once again, I really wish I had the monitor for input delay. It's like a $600 monitor, but right now it would be incredibly helpful. So I don't need to rely on the words feel all the time. It feels better. I'm like, well, I can look at accuracy. That only does so much because depending on the map and whether or not I'm, what I'm doing, it's going to completely change that.
justice served.
Alright. Will we get a cheater this match, guys? Will we not? Let's find out. Usually after the first wipe is when they toggle, so... Let's see. Are the render scale settings shouldn't actually do anything?
Strike from above.
It's dynamic if you choose the automatic option. So, generally I don't want to do that. We'll do like one game and then I'll try to turn it off. Which is what I thought in the first place, but there's thread. People say all sorts of shit, right? It feels better. It's all relative. That's the whole reason I run Afterburner or a Riva tuner. So maybe I can put numbers of things, but that doesn't always work, especially when your FPS is capped. Which is how you have to run the game. Because it feels like shit. You don't?
Positioning.
Mom's a dipstick.
I am empowered.
I dipped my stick in your mom. No!
Up and away. Enemy here.
Sojourn. Mercy just died as a fucking Genji.
Increasing altitude. I don't think so.
Do it! Might be easier killing the... There we go. Mercy than... Christ. What the fuck am I even looking at on my screen? There we go. Holy shit, guys. It is so incredibly difficult to track shit in this game in close quarters. It just turns into a garbly mess. Overwatch 1 was never the way. I've mentioned this before. It's with OW2, with new style, with the HDR effects. When you fucking move your screen around really fast, everything just turns into garbly shit. Which is basically how you have to deal with, like, Tracers and Genjis. And Mercies that fucking know how to use Guardian Angel and aren't morons. Waste. I really need a heal. We just got shifted, you know. Aimbot grenade, guys! Yay!
Up and away. I see an enemy.
Mm-hmm.
I will not waste this opportunity.
Could make a Reddit clip of that, actually. That might not be a bad email. Get some karma.
Into the unknown.
Mine. Mine. I know what you're gonna do. Actually, he didn't do it. You could have backed into that medkit if you wanted to. I want to eventually, like, we're trying to tweak right now to get more consistent aiming, but I actually want to try and see if we can improve the graphics for motion clarity a little bit, which we talked about before, but I haven't done yet because I've been trying to tie down performance, so. And now our accuracy looks like shit, but basically just all spams, so.
Push your limits. Nothing breaks that I cannot mend.
What about my heart? You broke my heart, Moira!
I've learned a lot from my experience.
What about my feels? Huh.
5, 4, 3, 2,
for the assist. Capture the objective. Increasing altitude. Over there. Over there. I see an enemy. Scatter.
That McCree has gotten a lot more accurate, guys. What? I guess she canceled the res?
Battle.
This wasn't built in a day.
Group up here. Fall back.
Oh, monkey's going in without everyone respawning. Good. We just got lucky.
Repulsion.
My shift wasn't up when I pushed it, guys. I was off by like a half a second and I didn't notice it. That's not good. Hey, buddy. Almost.
All systems nominal. On the move. Time for the reckoning. Justice reigns.
Tank's dead at least, so that's all you can expect. Maybe 2 if you're lucky.
Claiming the objective. I am in the
Ah, good. How's Junkrat even a thing? It's not. Our team has, we were laying down a lot of cover there. Like, I think our monkey was doing most of our work. He has a shitload of limbs, even though he doesn't have much damage. Let's see. Okay.
strike from above. Establishing bearing position. Double kill.
Obviously, you don't want to have dynamic render scale.
When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. Double. Triple kill. Multiple hits confirmed. Perfect hit.
This game totally has HDR.
Increasing altitude.
Good.
I don't
Shouldn't be a
think
thing.
Forgot your parachute? Messy, but we got it done. Oh, what an uppercut! Look out for that first step.
Your mom was the first step. Oh my god.
Taken down.
I kind of don't want to start tweaking for visibility though before we figure out what's going on with performance here, which I don't even know if I'll be able to do because my CPU is degrading. So good.
Traveling to new ruins. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Mm-hmm. Good, good, good. You see how fucking dark the shadows are and the lighting in this game now? That never used to be a thing. Which hopefully if I turn up shadows or lighting, it'll change things a little bit. Like, this is really difficult, like, to keep track of it. Like, look at all this, like, if he's moving around your screen, it is very difficult to see, like, what the fuck's going on. Everything looks the same. You have, like, your light sources that just, like, light up certain things, and everything else looks dark.
Objective unlocked in 30 seconds.
Over there.
Whoa!
We go.
I'm on.
We're outnumbered. Be careful.
Now you see me? Now you don't.
Let's show them some air power. Aerial, they've taken the lead. We need to push back. That's one. I look after my own. They're pushing the barricade. Strike together. Enemy over here.
Dude, that was not anywhere close to what it's fucking pointing at.
Enemy here.
We will unify our push with yours.
Increasing altitude. Messy, but we got it done.
Only gets better when aged. Onward!
Whoops.
Concussive out. Up and away. Culture.
Oh, Reinhardt. I was gonna give her.
Dispersing.
Shuttle visor activated.
They're all dead. That was a mistake. Good.
Establishing aerial position.
Forward spawn activated.
Ruh-roh. Okay.
I see an enemy. Thank you. Aerial positioning underway.
Tried to boop her. There we go. Whoop.
I wanted you for.
Barricade on the move. On the move. Excellent teamwork. Blasted.
Oh no! He was so close to dying! Ryan, you had to swing once! He landed on my head, haha! There's nothing I can do about it.
Establishing aerial position.
They really need to remove the invulnerability from Kiriko's cleanse ability. It should be able to cleanse, but it should not be able to. It should not make you invulnerable. That's fucking stupid. There's a lot of abilities and ultimates that are literally just immediately countered when she fucking does that. Only it's on like a 10-second cooldown or something stupid.
Taking off. Taking damage.
Keep an eye out.
God.
All systems nominal.
Watch here. Targeting hostile.
Positioning.
Cut the pain. Enemy in my sight.
Blasted. I knew I could count on you. Over there. Enemy over here. On the move.
Must halt them.
Enemy here.
Shuttle visor activated.
Increasing our nanoboost. Feel better? The robot is
There's a-
with us now.
There's definitely a lot of ults that immediately, like Reinhardt's Q, or Reinhardt's Q guys, if Kiriko does her invulnerability, if she does that like right after he Qs and everyone's on the ground, there's like almost no value out of Reinhardt's Q. It's like, what is it, a second and a half for Kiriko, and it's like a 2-second stun or something.
Dispersing. Up and away.
Forward spawn
He's out again. Justice reigns from above. I see an enemy. Barricade.
Buddy. That's a rockin' hard spot.
Need that
The
robot back.
skies
Pronto.
await. En route. Group up with me. Fall back and regroup.
Uh-oh.
Repositioning.
Just ult. Get him.
I need healing.
No! No! Yeah, we were out of position, guys. Our entire team retreated, and I wasn't with them. Ryan died, and they all ran away.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Awesome attrition, guys.
I've got you covered. We're about to lose the lead.
Robot secure. Repeat. Robot secure.
Up and away. Excellent teamwork. Positioning.
Good.
I don't think so. I require healing.
No? Oh, their tank's dead. Matters, guys. It's all you can expect out of a Q, Asphera, is maybe do 1 or 2 meaningful deaths and kills. Then die. A heroic death, hopefully with 1 or 2 kills. Okay. 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 No.
I need healing. Form up. Fall back.
Separated. That's not good. He's up. Can I push ads manually? Yeah, I never do though because I have relatively no one watching and don't want to alienate the handful of people that watch. So, or I could set up ad. I could take an ad incentive. I could set up automatic ads.
If we don't stop them.
Tried to get in there. What?
We're outnumbered. Be advised. Up and away. They're pushing the barricade. Strike together.
There we go. Good. His Q up. Lots of trickling here, guys. After that, Ryan got wiped at the center. That's all it took. Huge trickle, trickle, trickle. That entire last half of that match, guys, was trickles. No one met up. I think the Anna got separated, the Ryan got separated, and then, like, we were never all at the same time. Uh-huh. Yeah. That sucks. It's alright as long as you're not doing it every 10 minutes. Yeah, oh, like the thing is, like ad revenue is basically dependent on the amount of people you have watching. So it also, even though there's almost no one watching and, you know, I could do it, but at the same time, like I don't really make much doing it too. So it's not like I'm not like losing out on a shitload just by not doing it. Is this a cheat lobby?
Increasing altitude.
Usually when you get locked and spawned by hit scan, it's usually a cheat lobby. See?
Why isn't the payload en route? Thanks for the assist. All systems nominal.
Good.
Great minds are always.
You're a fucking moron. Fuck off, dude. Don't talk to me. Oh my god! You have a double hit scan. You can't play for... Like, literally every game has a hit scan. It doesn't fucking matter.
No one can hide from
This is where the guy cracks him and says mouse 1 on Sojourn is actually a projectile. Now fuck off. Just leave. Save me your bitching and leave the match. This isn't comp.
This ends now.
Literally just got here, too.
Forward.
Good. Mm-hmm. Fuck off, bitch. And obviously we can't say it in the chat because Daddy Blizzard is watching and Karens will report you and ban you. You'll get banned by Blizzard because there's nothing to do with what you say. It has everything to do with how many people report you. I need to take a piss anyways, so. As is the way with most Blizzard games, it just is dependent on how many people report you, not necessarily your actions. You're bad, guys. If you're gonna take time to bitch about it, just fucking leave the game. Here to hold your fucking hand and tell you what to do. I want to leave this game, but I can't push the buttons to do it. Instead, it's everyone else's problem to help you leave the game. Fuck off.
Strike from above. Increasing altitude. Double kill.
Yeah, my one death is Farah at the end of the match. 2 deaths, I think, was when we ended. They have a very savory taste to them.
Strike from above.
If we do this right, they
Establishing
won't even
aerial
know what happened.
That's what your mom said last night in bed. Wait, what?
Stay sharp. It's harder to keep you alive when
I
you're
wonder if maybe it's the
distracted.
outlines that make everything hard to see. I don't know.
All right, then. Test me.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Capture.
Commence combat operations.
That's a very accurate bastion.
Aerial positioning underway. Concussive out.
Dude, using your E shouldn't cancel your reload.
Dispersing.
That's a problem.
I'm with you.
Just teleport to my dead body.
Shake it off. Taking off.
Help me out.
Stay put.
Barrier has been overwhelmed.
Always more to learn.
Meteor strike ready to be
Up and away.
incoming.
Got the healer.
This ends now. Making another approach. Increasing altitude.
This will cut the thing.
Ulting from that range is like asking to not do anything productive. There's almost no choice. We're so far out. We only have limited time to do it. I need to fix these fucking the timers. I don't know where the fuck he is. Is that ours?
Airspace is closed. I require healing.
Right on the money.
I need healing. Aerial positioning underway. Objectives mine. Let's kick this off.
No. No.
About time.
Yep. Oh. That's not who I want to be next to.
The payload has been secured.
My ultimate is almost ready.
We have a fucking Ashe that's just throwing dynamite on me again. Kind of feels that way, which means they're probably cheating.
Let's show him some air power.
Disrupting.
Get the payload on its way.
Increasing altitude.
I didn't mean to hit that. Gotta be careful. Can't you jump up here? I thought you wanted to come up. Pretty sure Ashe is cheating. Yeah.
I'm with you.
But we'll see.
Skies away.
Sojourn en route.
That was a Bastion, by the way. I think she just tried to shoot me.
I don't think so.
No?
Keep them in.
Yeah.
Got you.
I need backup.
System repaired.
We're just playing stealth mission.
Positioning underway. Rains from above.
It feels like their fucking hit scanner just following me around. Yeah.
Making another approach. En route. Taking off. Got the payload. Move with me. 60 seconds out. Carried on the wind. Taking to the air. Ow, ow, ow. All systems nominal. 30 seconds remaining. No time. Let's get it done.
Now she's missing shots, if you guys are hearing that.
Establishing aerial position. Repulsion. 10 seconds. Do something.
This ends now.
Dumb bitch. Oh, and there's Bob. The better turret. That was given to a new character instead of Torb.
Let's show him some air power.
2. Cybernetics regulating.
Yep. Okay. Also, our 1% is kind of there. See the map. So window mode, I don't think really is doing much of anything, but it might be. Changing to automatic render scale doesn't seem to do anything. Might make it worse, actually. Point of practice range, guys. That's how you get in games.
Now traveling to the south.
Huh. Wow, wow, wow.
Strike from above. No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work.
So you're going with golf? Joining Overwatch?
Isn't that what you want?
When
It is
I
so
knew
hard to see shit, guys, when you
never
move
should
your
have
mouse
mattered
fast.
To begin with.
That just make it worse. Kind of feels like it made everything worse.
3, 2, 1.
Work as a team, everyone.
Is that the guy from last game? No, it's a different guy.
All systems nominal. Aerial positioning underway.
Alright.
I go out on my terms.
screen might be cheating. This tank keeps not wanting to go to the point or go into the center and go that long way, which is causing us to literally just die, apparently.
Taking to the air.
Finally got me.
Shake it off. Taking off.
This ends its
Oh. Didn't even need that.
cybernetics regulated.
I see an enemy. Outfoxed. You're outclassed. I knew I could help. I don't think so.
Really use a top off so I don't die.
Concussive out. Over there. Increasing altitude.
Some healers see you like missing a tiny bit of HP and they don't think it matters at all when it 100% does. And maybe for a tank it doesn't matter, but for 200 HP it definitely matters. I broke the hook. Still died to the Ana though. What? The fuck? How the fuck did you just shoot me behind the pog?
Stay down.
What?
Taking off.
Hey there.
We get a toggler? He 100% looked like he toggled just now. Notice the moment I came out from cover, it immediately locked to my chest. He didn't even pull the trigger right away. It clicked to me. It flicked to me, guys, and then he pulled the trigger after he realized what happened. He's 100% cheating.
Always more to learn.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
En route.
I may have walls. There's like no way of doing this.
Score 0-1.
Forget regulation.
1% lows actually look lower than normal now. I wonder if that's because of the full screen? The window full screen, or what that is.
They have this coming, so let's give it to them.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Capture the objective.
Enemy over here. Let's show
Taking
them
the
some
objective.
air power. En route.
I'm on the objective.
Enemy here.
Game on. Taking off.
Mm-hmm.
I don't stay down.
Enemy spotted.
I spotted
On
enemy.
the move. Establishing aerial position.
Ah.
It's hand.
The skies
I believe that was a sojourn earlier.
Got the victory saber.
positioning.
Your carry is here.
Form up.
Okay. I guess. They're all dead?
Aerial positioning.
You're here. I can hear you.
Always more to learn.
All these cracked aimers and plat and gold guys. Pretty incredible shit.
Watch out for this one.
Taking off.
Don't care. Hmm.
Targets in sight. Stay near the
Let's show him some air power. On the move. Messy, but we got it done. Sniper detected. Repositioning.
My ultimate is almost ready. Enemy
All
here.
systems nominal.
It's hand.
I don't know if there's a max range in High Noon. Doesn't really matter at this point. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. I don't think it functions as well. Normally it doesn't. Both these hit scan, by the way, are cheating.
Over there.
They weren't at the beginning of the match, but they are now.
Taking off.
Not just Widow now. If we can get a nice brain through the trees, that'd be great.
Our numbers are low.
Making another approach. Increasing altitude.
They're all dead. Oh.
En route.
Mm-hmm. Suck my dick.
Ultimate's charging. Taking to the air.
overextended to try and kill me. Yep.
I see an enemy.
Yep. Stop playing Vera.
Score
What piece of shit.
to 1.
Keep an eye out. I read you.
Good leadership makes all the difference.
Called that before you even said that, by the way. People are fucking animals.
It's nice being on home turf. I'm a professional.
I've got a few tricks.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Yeah. Window Borderless has a bad history in general in most games, which is why you never want to use it. Some games will force it to. The developers are dumb.
When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me.
This guy's like literally waiting behind cover for me. Yeah. He just tried to roll over the top and hit me with a grenade. I said he's 100% cheating. But overextending because he's a moron. Like, it wouldn't matter if people are that hard to try and kill you. It doesn't matter what character you play, by the way. If I was playing a Sojourn or a Kiriko, it doesn't fucking matter if they try to dive you constantly. You'll just die at the expense of themselves because they don't care. Like, look at this shit. They're just coming out the door trying to focus me. Like, they don't even give two shits about my teammates, and just walking through them and just getting them killed, too. Like, they're that hard for me.
System repair. My gift to you. My ultimate is almost ready.
Over there.
Scatter. Let the kitsune guide you.
And by the way, the healers are no longer healing me, unless I'm just sitting there and everything's over. Which is also aiding in my downfall. my poor performance. Not that it's purely the healers, but they like to, people in general will dogpile. Like I said, they keep doing the same thing. Both those guys keep trying to dive on me over and over and over again. Like, look at our stats, guys. Like, we didn't even do that bad. I out DPS the Genji. I have more kills than him. I didn't reach the tank, but you shouldn't actually reach the tank in the first place. So we were being sabotaged. I still outperformed the other DPS, and you shouldn't expect to ever ever outperform the tank in the first place, right? So, yeah. And then I out DPS the healer that was jacking off. Yeah, like, I didn't actually do well. If you literally look at my stats, I didn't actually do well. I didn't actually do bad, guys. Like, people are fucking idiots and morons and animals, and they'll always do herd behavior shit. As you can see there, like, if you look at my stats, you can literally see that, like, I wasn't doing that bad. I had more deaths. I had 4 more deaths, but at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter, assuming that you're actually putting in work when you're alive, right? You could have a killer that's just high risk, high reward, and you basically get a lot of reward, but then you die a lot, and it pays off, right? People just see deaths. It's like the League of Legends. Ideology shit. On MOBAs, it is very popular to talk about deaths because they affect, they'll give the enemy team things like experience and gold, right? But in the case of this game, they don't get experience or gold. They'll get maybe ult charge. That's the only credible argument that you could possibly make. But even then, it depends on how much HP you have and how they kill you. Let's go back, guys, and we're going to turn off... As Yakin and I tabbed through my benchmarks, we're going to turn off the window mode. Window's a bad idea, as you would expect. Thank you for stroking my dick. I appreciate it. Ready? So, window didn't really matter. Changing the render scale did not matter. And by the way, that Kiriko is probably doing DPS instead of healing me, which also aids in you doing horrible. I remember when we had a Bridget that just ran in and constantly died, got like 17 limbs, and her healing was basically all self-healing, and then bragged about her damage at the end of the match after basically fucking the DPS. I have 17 limbs, guys. I'm amazing. Like, okay. You probably could have healed a lot better, but, you know, good. Probably should restart my game, too.
So you're going with gold? Joining Overwatch?
I could also fix my, Band-Aid fix my processor, and maybe it'll degrade over the next 2 months until the 7000 series launches, and then I'll just RMA it when I get my 7000 series in as a drop-in. Before I sell it, I'll RMA it.
Power means nothing if you do not put it to use.
And before I instantly die... Widow. Go. Okay. I thought he flicked down into me instead of meeting up with me. I could ult, but it kind of seemed like a waste at this point. I guess we were just gonna let you stomp Pharah. Wait, what? What does that mean? Isn't he on my team? Why would my teammate want me to get stomped? I was expecting Mercy to fly in and try to res the tank, which she should have done. There it is. I like how when you do like remotely competent as Pharah, like we aren't doing like super amazing. We're doing all right, but then people like start freaking out. Like either like you're like ultra carrying the team or something, or like just because you exist, like you gotta. Oh fuck man. Like just because you exist, like you shouldn't because you're playing Pharah. Most of his shots look like they're dead on, but he's not getting reg, which is pretty common on McCree for some reason.
Come on, team. Push the payload. I'm with you. On my way. Fall back.
Okay.
Increasing altitude.
Gotta wait for Ryan. It does honestly feel like when some people use abilities, like you should just reset. Like, not die, you should just fall back and wait for the ability to wear off and then go back in. Because there's almost no point in actually doing it. Fucking shit. Good.
From the bone orchard.
Switch off, Pharah!
Keeping watch here. Understood.
Like, we literally can't fucking do anything unless we have a tank, guys. There we go. Jesus Christ. Like, we just lost like a minute of game time because of that shit.
Widowmaker here.
60 seconds remaining.
Aerial positioning underway.
Now we have a Doomfist, which is possibly better. Or worse, excuse me.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
I wonder if I can actually DP at this stuff.
Rains from above.
No. I was hoping. I don't think that made a difference at all.
Much better.
Mentioned before, pretty sure the McCree is cheating at this point. Yeah, he's like literally fucking looking at me right now. Yeah.
This round goes to me. Taken down.
Literally an aimbot, guys. Not much you can do about that. That sucks that he got res.
Defeat.
Good. Alright.
Play of the game.
Don't want to trigger whoever is reading the reports. And watches were likely avenues for you to come out from, but we can't. We don't have enough space to report that, so. Right. Let's try changing some graphical options here.
Aerial positioning
Go over to the
underway.
dark area. Very difficult to compare lighting options when you have to restart the game. Yeah.
Strike from above. Taking off.
You now have a little bit of a lighting hue on them when they're inside. That. Aren't going to put it on Ultra. Ultra is usually a dumb setting. It just adds like soft shadows and really weird shit that doesn't really give you what you want. Tanks your performance. For the sake of tanking your performance. Yeah.
Strike from above. Establishing aerial position. You weren't watching the skies.
I had ambient occlusion on medium before. Last played. HDR is fucking terrible, by the way. Collections are on low. Action. Collections. Excuse me. Restart again.
Strike from above.
Ah, yes, even more sheen off my rockets. I love that. Thanks. Thanks, Blizzard. Kaplan wouldn't have let this happen. But it's just graphics. I'm sure they'll get used to it. It's perfectly fine in a competitive game. Let's make it as atmospheric as possible. We want some jump scares in this game. Yeah, even when you have, like, shadows off, there's, like, the whole room is dark. Because of the lighting. The lighting's still there. And it's like there's some sort of shadows or lighting in general that makes everything look nasty. And the problem is they make areas too dark when settings are off. Fall back. You can see, like, there's, like, a blue hue in here now from a light source. Somewhere. It is on low. I know, I turned it on low. But turning it on low means we actually have shadows now. Instead of just making the whole room dark, there's parts that are actually, like, light. Even with it off, this room is still dark. It doesn't actually make sense. Maybe we should try turning render scale down. Maybe that'll make things look better or more able to see shit. I don't know, whenever you just move your mouse around a lot, it just makes everything just... it looks like just a mess. On your screen. Well, it's not supposed to be normal. It wasn't an OW1. It happens to you, it does not mean it's just the way the game's supposed to be. Better. Wait, maybe there's a high contrast mode? Nope. I mean, no. Like, it's the contrast different. It actually feels like maybe I have to use NVIDIA. We're going to have to use a filter. Not a game where you should have to use filters, by the way. Make everything look like Legos? That actually kind of... I don't know. Dumb, by the way. Blizzard, if you're watching, this is stupid. I shouldn't have to do this. Hear that you guys had to try and make it different for Overwatch 2. Potentially make my game look like ass so I can see things better. I'm gonna turn the texture quality up to high. I don't remember. Fuck. I had that up all night. Thing looks blurry.
Aerial positioning underway.
Works though. I don't know if I had that up all night. That's curious. I don't remember doing that. Hmm. Shit, when the fuck did I turn up the textures? That actually matters a lot, because that's one of the options that led to, responsiveness. Fuck. Let's see if I did this right now, or if this was on all night. Time to cheat. Time to cheat. That. No, they're on low. I know when that got changed. Yeah, I might need to actually use like a gamma tweak. Whoa.
Establishing aerial position.
This looks worse. I mean, it's kind of easier to see. It turns off VRB when you're at 60 hertz. I don't know if that's easier, because apparently my response time is not keeping up with the panel. Like, maybe playing at 60 hertz is... I don't... no way. Like, it's easier to kind of keep track of where the target is, but it's not easier to keep track of everything else on the screen. Like, in relationship to the target.
Aerial positioning underway.
Hmm. That's probably because I fucked around with the textures so much. Hmm. Bug, you always see it. And once again, it's unfortunate because my CPU is failing. I don't know how much this is my CPU.
Strike from above. Taking to the air.
I said the really fucking weird thing was the CPU utilization actually went down. It is there. Always just look past it.
Splash.
Double kill. Double kill.
Establishing aerial position. You weren't watching the skies. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. Up and away.
Double kill.
Well deserved. Clocked. Repulsion. Going down.
I don't know. We had a really good day on Saturday, guys. Maybe we'll have to try playing Uncapped again and see if maybe that's, well, even Uncapped, my CPU's not at 100%.
Messy, but we got it done. Elimination mid-ascent.
Okay. Let's see.
Justice reigns from above. I don't think so. I'm on.
Pretty good. Let's see. Equality, super sample. Was actually making a video. I thought there might be a way to make a GIF. I don't know exactly how the kids do this for Reddit. I assume it's this. Eh.
They don't give these suits to just anyone. I don't think so.
Okay. Uh, what are other people doing? Huh. Well, this is for porn. Luckily, it doesn't have any in it. Oh. See. Form wasn't available on the Reddit. That? Actually upload? How big is this? Oh, it's only 13 megs. That could have instantly uploaded. I would have noticed. Tell you when it's done. Oh, I got downvoted where I told people that they have to introduce another monetary system if they want to get rid of the old one. I posted that earlier tonight. Yeah, so for some strange reason at the beginning of... I guess I'm done. For some strange reason... I don't know, guys. We're going to have to figure this out. I don't know if it's my processor or what's going on with my FPS in the game, or not my FPS, just like how fluid the game is, problems with hit reg and all that stupid shit. Now it really makes me wonder if it's my processor or if I fixed that or not. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see, guys. But I don't know. I don't really want to put my 3900X back in, but I kind of do, too. Like, we had that one really good day on Sunday. We had that really good day on Sunday. Maybe I should highlight that. That's why I had this open, by the way. So I'm going on 2 years. And didn't. I'm gonna watch Coffee Cup Out, guys, and then we're gonna play some games. We're doing really good. Down. Whoops. Match this. Let's you. Why? It's actually not that much better than we're getting today. I punch him. 31-9. That was me not doing on your mid. One drop. 6, so 8 to 9 p.m. for this evening with everyone. Now, as like I mentioned, pretty well. We had some really fucking good games. No, the both taking so on. Okay. Not gonna upload that to YouTube. Hey guys, I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more OW2. We'll continue finagling with this. We didn't actually learn anything new tonight, and the stuff that I did learn does not seem to make a difference. So I don't know whether or not things got better or worse, or they're just the same, or my processor is partly to blame with whatever the fuck's going on right now. I'm not exactly sure, guys. Yeah, and it's kind of disheartening. I thought we fixed it all on Sunday, and it turns out we didn't, because now we're back to square one again. Well, not quite square one. It's still better than when I first started playing, but it's not nearly the same as it was on Sunday. That was pretty ridiculous. I don't know, guys. Anyways, I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more RW2. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed the tweaking, make the follow button in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. It depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. Tomorrow will be more of the OW2s. I guess we'll be tweaking. I'm going to see if my computer continues to degrade overnight, and I might have to install my 3900X in and RMA my processor. It really depends. It seemed to just be perfectly fine, and then it just shit itself all in the course of 2 days. So, I don't know, guys. I'm out here for this evening, though, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. Have a good day, guys.